Please welcome to the stage George Elhedery, Group CEO of HSBC, Lim Chao Kiat, CEO of GIC, Jose Munoz, President and CEO of Hyundai Motor Company, and Lei Zhang, Chairman of Envision, for a conversation with Bloomberg's Francine Lacqua. Please welcome to the stage George Elhedery, Group CEO of HSBC, Lim Chao Kiat, CEO of GIC, Jose Munoz, President and CEO Please take your seats. The program will begin in 5 minutes. Please take your seats. Our program is about to begin. Please silence all phones. Our program will now begin.
We are living in an age of extremes. Hard power is back in vogue. Weapons are smarter and deadlier. Alliances have fractured. Anger is toppling regimes. Pillars of the global economy are under attack. Climate is sliding down the priority list. Intelligence is becoming a commodity. These extremes mean dialogue matters more than ever. How else can we turn AI from a threat into a tool for human progress? How else can we foster trade without widening inequality? How else can we confront climate risk without paralyzing growth? How else can we bridge geopolitical divides? The world is at an inflection point. The choices we make now will echo for decades. So we must choose well. Welcome to the Bloomberg New Economy Forum.
Please welcome to the stage Michael R. Bloomberg, founder of Bloomberg LP and Bloomberg Philanthropies.
Well, thank you and good morning, everyone, and welcome to the 7th Annual Bloomberg New Economy Forum. And once again this year, our team is fortunate to be working in close collaboration with our hosts in Singapore. And I'll start with a big congratulations because Singapore is celebrating 60 years of independence this year. A nice round of applause for them would be great. Now, at Bloomberg, we're glad to be marking another anniversary, our 35th year of doing business here. And we want to make an applause for that, so thank you. So let me say thanks to Singapore's president. Thank you, Tharman, Prime Minister Wong, and our minister friends in the audience, and the many thoughtful colleagues across the government. We wouldn't be here without their partnership, so they get a big hand of applause as well. Today, we've assembled a group of 500 leaders from the public and private sectors representing 50 countries. Many hail from China, India, and the Gulf states, and we appreciate everyone making the trip. I came in a horrendous rainstorm from Jakarta last night. It wasn't clear we were going to get off the ground, and it wasn't clear we were going to land any place. But we just they closed the airport at 10 o'clock, and we're here about I think 9:59. Otherwise, I'd be someplace else and doing this by video. To all of the government ministers, business executives, delegates, and speakers who are here, as well as our global audience watching live stream, thank you all for joining us. We're also grateful to Bloomberg New Economy's dedicated partners, Envision, HSBC, Hyundai, Tata, PwC, and the Singapore Economic Development Board. Now, I think it's fair to say that we've gathered in a very challenging time in world affairs. If you read the newspapers, it just seems like the world is coming apart. Headlines from everywhere tell the story. Tariffs are fraying audiences and fracturing the global economy. Military conflicts and war are grinding on and producing terrible suffering. The rise of AI, which holds so much progress, is also raising hard questions about the disruption that will bring to virtually every industry. And the climate crisis is inflicting escalating damage on countries and their economies. Together, all these forces are putting a premium on what this forum is all about, spurring more cooperation and collaboration between businesses and government across hemispheres. Back when we started in 2018, I heard from many CEOs about their desire to expand in Asia and develop deeper ties between different regions. Together, we conceived of the forum as a way to build bridges across borders and oceans and across the public and private sectors. I think it's fair to say we've had success doing exactly that, forming productive coalitions on sustainability and cancer research, for example. But since we began, I think it's also fair to say that working across those boundaries has become increasingly difficult. That reality can't be wished away, but there is some good news. When government geopolitical dialogue grows more difficult between national governments, the private sector has more opportunities to step into the breach. And these days we hear a lot about concern and the possibility of a decoupling between East and West, and it'd be hard to overstate just how harmful that would be to people in both hemispheres. A world divided by technology, trade, and security rather than united by them is not a recipe for economic growth or peaceful relations or environmental protection. It's a recipe for stagnation and conflict and disaster. And here at the forum, we're pushing in the opposite direction. I don't know if that means we're in the business of recoupling, but it does show how much is to be gained by pursuing common interests together and embracing a common set of core values that prioritize cooperation and conflict. And let me sum up those values this way. We believe that shaking a fist isn't the most productive way to respond to a changing world. Shaking hands is, and that requires respectful dialogue, careful listening, and creative thinking that focuses on mutual benefits. In that can-do spirit, our theme for this year's gathering is Thriving in an Age of Extremes. As part of that, we've launched a new coalition on energy technology. We're welcoming a new group of promising innovators that we call catalysts, entrepreneurs who are tackling big challenges in Asia, Africa, Europe, and more. And in shaping programs that think strategically in building alliances, we really have found an ideal partner here in Singapore. This country really is one of the great economic success stories in modern history. Its steady growth is the result of careful long-term planning and investment, not a chase for headlines or a zero-sum game. And that fundamental strength continues to make Singapore an invaluable source of stability in an unstable world. So Singapore is a great model for that kind of conversations and collaboration, and we mean to foster those over the next few days. We have a full agenda, and please don't be shy. We appreciate everyone's active participation in our upcoming breakfast sessions. But in a moment, we'll hear from a longtime friend of the forum, a diplomat with an invaluable first-hand perspective on the defining international relationships of our time. Together with the Prime Minister, he attended the region's major economic and political summits last month, and will continue to play a pivotal role in managing tensions across Asia and beyond. Talking with Bloomberg's head of economic and government growth is Stephanie Flanders. She will be Singapore's Foreign Affairs Minister, Dr. Vivian Balakrishnan. Enjoy the conversation you're about to hear, and thank you all for all the best. And I'm going to now join the audience and listen carefully and think we're going to have a good time. Enjoy.
Please welcome to the stage Dr. Vivian Balakrishnan, Minister for Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Singapore, for a conversation with Bloomberg's Stephanie Flanders.
Well, welcome and thank you. I hope you appreciate you're the only one who gets the personal introduction from Mike.
Well, so did you.
That's true.
I think he's raised expectations too high.
Appropriately high, I think, given our previous conversations. We've heard you on this stage before and elsewhere. Look, I know I sort of surprised you earlier because I said I want to start with some good news. And you kind of looked at me and you said that there's good news. But Singapore has been a part of that. I think we should. There's so much that's happened. We're going to talk about some of the themes that have been raised even in the introductory film. A lot of surprises, a lot of bad surprises this year or challenges that businesses and governments have had to deal with. But one thing that hasn't happened, that I think, given the dominant narrative at the beginning of the year, we might well have expected to happen, is we haven't ended up with a global retaliatory trade war. The US has taken the path of protectionism as we would have expected a year ago with the re-election of Donald Trump. But with the exception of China, and we'll definitely get on to China, but as a group, the vast majority of America's trading partners, faced with these big tariffs, did not retaliate and decided, you know what, we'll just pay this higher price for entry into the US economy, and meanwhile, we're going to get on with doing a bit more liberalization. And Singapore has been part of forging new active trade deals and encouraging closer integration of the world minus the US. So I just wanted to ask you a bit about that. Do you think that can offset what's happened to the trading system this year?
Well, I'm reminded of, there's a quote attributed to Ernest Hemingway. How did you go bankrupt? He says 2 ways. Gradually and then suddenly. So hold that thought in mind. This year has been the year of sudden changes. But actually, the gradual changes, the pressure, has been building up for a long time. The first point I wanted to leave with you is the role of the United States for the last 8 decades actually is historically unprecedented. The ultimate winner of the Second World War, 40% of global GDP, that was his share of global GDP, decided instead of conquering and eliminating the vanquished, rebuilt Germany, Europe through the Marshall Plan, Japan, and it set really a rules-based globalization with economic integration at the core. And this is highly, highly unusual and unprecedented. So that's the first point. It is about the US. Second point is that actually the pressures on the US to give up on this has been building up for a long time. And what do I mean? If you think about it, what the US did for 8 decades was to provide, first, the market, second, technology, third, capital, and rules-based economic integration. The first beneficiary of that, apart from Europe, was Japan. And then you had the Asian tigers, Hong Kong, Korea, Singapore, and then the rest of Southeast Asia. But the real winner of rules-based free trade has actually been China. And the US is only 249 years. It has never met a peer competitor with the scale, the ability, and the willingness to reorder the world in a way that's favorable to it. But the point is that China, if you look at its per capita GDP, it's still a middle-income country. And China is not able or willing to replace the US as the underwriter of globalization. So we are, to quote my Prime Minister, in an interregnum, a state of messy transition from a world in which there was an underwriter and enforcer. And that underwriter and enforcer has now decided to become disruptor in chief for political reasons, for domestic political reasons, because after 8 decades of providing capital, technology, and markets, what the middle class in America has seen is deindustrialization, rust belts, hopelessness, and middle income stagnation. And guess what? Elections are local. So it is a completely legitimate question for the American voter to say, wait a minute, why should we underwrite in blood and treasure this system which seems to have profited the rest of the world, and especially a big peer competitor? And I think we need to pull back. So you see my point about gradually and then suddenly. So we just happen to be witnessing it's like an iceberg or an continental ice shelf falling. But actually the climate warming was predated that. So my point is, what we're witnessing today is not just a change of weather. It's not the storm that helped delay Mike yesterday. This is real climate change, geopolitical climate change. So that's context setting.
Well, I think we will go back to the trade piece in a second, but just following on from what you said, I mean, we've also, I think it's historically unprecedented also to have a single global superpower almost voluntarily step back from a lot of its obligations, not be forced to do so, not lose a war, but just decide, I don't want to do this anymore.
Yes.
And I think,
but it was unusual to have such a benign hegemon in the first place. And for us now to say, where did that hegemon go? I'm saying if you take a longer view of history and geopolitics, the point is this was a unique period. I've tried to go back and I can't find another period in history when we had such a benign hegemon.
And when you just think back even just a few years ago, I think we would have been on this stage talking about decoupling.
Yes.
And that may be the climatic change to distinguish from the change in the weather, as you said. But the Biden administration, I think for many of the US allies, it felt that the US was asking countries to choose between the US and China. And that was obviously challenging, nowhere more than here. President Trump has had a much, many people would say, less consistent, certainly more freewheeling, unilateralist approach. It feels a little bit like the world is less divided between US and China now, and more the US and the rest of the world just left in a mess. Well, is that easier or harder for you?
Well, first of all, the American ambassador is here, so I'm not here to be an apologist. But I would say President Trump, as a person, in fact, has been uniquely consistent for decades. What do I mean? If you look at his record of what he said over, I mean, watch the interview with Oprah Winfrey back in 1988. His views on war, anti-war. His views on free trade, that it's an avenue for America to be taken advantage of. His views on business in a Main Street real estate way as opposed to Wall Street and financial engineering. His views on immigration actually have been remarkably consistent, and I think people don't give enough marks for that point. So he is consistent. It's just that his methodology, his presentation is somewhat novel, and people react to that. But my point is, American policy under President Trump, in fact, is reflecting long-held, deep convictions.
I think you are right. I guess that the exception to that,
yes.
And I'm interested in whether you read it the same way. Mike mentioned you've been at the recent meetings with your Prime Minister in Malaysia and Korea, where we did see this deal, this rapprochement between the US and China.
Yes.
But it will not have been lost on many of the people around the table that that China was ending up with a relatively better position than many of the other countries in the region who had thought that they were going to be an alternative to China for US manufacturers.
Well,
that feels a little inconsistent with wanting to wean American industry off Chinese manufacturing.
Well, again, I would distinguish between strategic and tactical. I think what we've witnessed so far is a tactical pause. The fundamental problem with the US and China is an almost complete lack of strategic trust. And that means each side has to assume the worst of each other. And even if you're taking precautions, it's viewed as escalatory. Both sides have identified pain points. And I think what you've seen so far is not a strategic realignment or a sudden dawn of strategic trust. Is that both sides have decided they need time, you need a tactical pause whilst you get on with the real business. And the point about decoupling is worth unpacking, because what we are witnessing in the world right now is a couple of phenomena. Number one, you've witnessed the weaponization of everything. Weaponization of the dollar, weaponization of finance, weaponization of critical minerals, global supply chains. Interdependency used to be a good thing. Now it's a vulnerability. But my point about weaponization of everything, Newton's third law applies in diplomacy too. For every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction. So the weaponization of everything has led to an erosion of trust, has led to a need to assume the worst and to prepare for it. And in the absence of trust, it's very hard to actually have strategic alignment. So that's the first point. Right? What you're witnessing now is a tactical pause. The strategic problem remains. The next aspect of what's going on now is the fracturing of supply chains. And it's not an ideological point, but I think especially during COVID, you found that even simple things like making a mask, which is not rocket science, but the essential components were not within reach, and everyone was panicking and you didn't have access to it. So the fracturing of supply chains in the name of national security and in search of resilience actually means a world which hitherto has been based on efficiency is now building supply chains on the basis of nearshoring, onshoring, friendshoring. Economically, what that must mean is some inflation, because you're no longer choosing the cheapest and the best, most efficient. You're now having other considerations. So watch that bout on inflation. The third point is the global commons. You saw the opening video. And I've been involved in this game long enough, so I'll give you an example, the Paris Climate Change Agreement. The only reason that got done is because America and China were on the same side and were able to drag the rest of us, an imperfect but important agreement. Today, if the two main players are not in the same room, and it goes further than that, in fact, it's not just a matter of picking up your marbles and leaving the game, but you're actually disrupting the game. And my worry is that we're going to be unable to deal with the global commons. It means climate change, pandemics, the challenges from AI. We won't be able to respond adequately to it because the two key players either are disrupting actively or are spoiling for a fight and are certainly not willing to restrain themselves with multilateral rules imposed by Lilliputian countries, big and medium and small elsewhere. I hope that's not too depressing.
Well, but so as far as you're concerned, because what I was saying at the beginning was that it just seems a muddier picture than the decoupling. It's Team US.
Yes. No, it's China. Messy. My point is that it's messy, but try to understand what's.
But as far as you're concerned, the long-term trend.
Yes.
I mean, someone has likened it to a couple saying, we're going to divorce in 10 years, but we have to live together before then. You still think the long-term trend is decoupling between the US and China?
I think without strategic trust, the logic for decoupling, at least partially, in the name of national security and anxiety over competitiveness, will continue to play out. And that's what we're witnessing. But if I can come back to where you started with a piece of good news, you said, why hasn't the rest of the world retaliated? I think a couple of reasons. Number one, they're a far bigger elephant or eagle than the rest of us. So what's the point of retaliating when in fact the little guy will be the ultimate loser? So that's the first thing. Second, and I'm coming to your good news. If you leave aside the two big powers, and if you open a world atlas and draw a diagonal, Europe, the Middle East, South Asia, Southeast Asia, Australia, and New Zealand, and then you draw two spokes, one to Northeast Asia, particularly Japan and Korea, and another spoke southwest to Africa and South America. Guess what? In fact, there is still a majority of countries, and even I would say the majority of global GDP, that still wants to operate on supply chain efficiencies, on economic integration, on rules-based globalization. The only thing is the enforcer in chief is no longer there. And there is a need, therefore, to assemble a coalition of the willing. So what you're watching now, all that scurrying around by medium and small economies, is to keep globalization alive, reform what needs to be reformed, and there's a lot that needs reform, but to work together in a more collegiate way, knowing full well that the underwriter, the enforcer, is not going to be doing the heavy lifting. So that's where I think there is a glimmer of hope. And that's why, my Prime Minister and I have been scurrying around to regional and international conferences. And the good news, I agree with you, the majority of people, in fact, want some order, some stability, and some benefits, economic benefits, from working together, from interoperating. And what we are hoping ultimately is that when things settle down between the two big boys, they will then rediscover the benefits of globalization.
One of the initiatives that you had in the summer was with the Gulf and the GCC. I just wondered, is there any, do you see that moving forward?
Well, if you look earlier this year, when we had an ASEAN summit, we included the GCC and China. If you look at, in Singapore, we're members of both the CPTPP and RCEP, which are big, mega free trade deals. We're trying to convince the European Union, who is also a reflexly pro-trade, pro-rules
Are they going to join?
entity. No, I think that's a bridge too far. But can we get a partnership between the European Union and the CPTPP, especially the CPTPP, which is expanding?
You've got to think of a better name. We need a better name.
I know. In fact,
I think that's why no one talks about it, honestly.
I know. But if you strip aside the labels and the names, the point is there benefit from globalization, from efficiency, from interoperability, from standards, from peaceful resolution of disputes, including trade disputes? The answer is unequivocally yes. But we need to do it now, and everyone needs to chip in. So I think the EU is a natural partner with the CPT. So think of the EU and the Pacific. Can we construct something that cuts a diagonal across the globe? And is Africa keen on this? I think they are. South America. You may be surprised, even little Singapore, we've signed free trade deals with Mercosur, which is Argentina, Brazil, Ecuador, Paraguay, Uruguay. We've even signed a free trade agreement with the Pacific Alliance, Mexico, Colombia, Chile. So the point is, you'll be surprised, the appetite for economic integration remains. And that's what Singapore is working on. Now, of course, I'll tell you, of course we are biased. This is a place, this is Manhattan without upstate New York. Or this is 1/5 of Rhode Island without continental United States. Or if you want another uncomfortable analogy, Singapore is just twice the size of Gaza, but with 3 times the population. So we're a tiny place in which our trade volume is 3 times our GDP. So I hope you understand, when we promote free trade, it's lifeblood. It's not a negotiating point, right? And when we say rules are better than the alternative, because the alternative is right is might, big is beautiful, and small is irrelevant. So I will confess, this is a self-interested argument.
But you talked about the importance of rules, but also countries working together.
Yes, absolutely.
Without enforcing. Should the Southeast Asian economies, even the ASEAN countries, have worked together more in negotiating these trade deals with the US? You talked about
the
bilateral arm wrestling you described.
Yes. No, I don't think that was necessary. Certainly not at this stage. If you look at ASEAN as a whole, the tariffs range from 10%, 19%, maybe 20%. And those numbers keep changing anyway. My point is, don't overreact to the headline of the day. Understand what's going on. So if you now bring your zoom lens to ASEAN, have we systematically brought down our trade barriers, non-tariff barriers? Is ASEAN fulfilling its mission of becoming a single production zone, a single investment zone? has there been economic growth in ASEAN? What are the prospects for ASEAN in the next 2 decades? We think we can double our combined GDP. If you add up the combined GDP of ASEAN, which by the way has a population slightly larger than the EU, we're about number 5. And because half our population is below the age of 35, and our middle class is growing, the prospects, the long-term prospects are bright, so long as we don't overreact, we don't do stuff that actually boomerangs back on us. And if you just look at what we did this year, we upgraded the ASEAN agreement on trade in goods within ASEAN. We upgraded the ASEAN-China free trade agreement. And we're still looking at building more bridges across the world. So my point is that, in fact, Southeast Asia is a zone of hope and growth. The key thing is to focus on the long term. And what does long term mean? It means technology, bearing in mind that we've got 3 technological revolutions going on in real time, simultaneously. AI, biotech, renewable energy. And we're focusing on building up the infrastructure for that. We're focusing on educating a workforce, work ready for that kind of world, the world of AI and robotics. And we're focusing on integrating. We can still increase our intra-ASEAN trade significantly. And what about ASEAN Africa, ASEAN South America? You know, it's, some people call it South-South. I don't really like the term. But my point is there is still a majority in favor of this. I would also point out the CPTPP began as 4 tiny states: Singapore, Brunei, New Zealand, and Chile. And it only became TPP when America and Japan came in. Now, we knew by the time Hillary Clinton had to withdraw from her support from the TPP, which in fact she had a lot to do with starting, that the cause of free trade was in political problems. And I think all of us in this room, who I would say are probably instinctive free traders, need to realize that we didn't make the political case for it. And you have to convince your local electorate that jobs and wages and opportunity come from free trade. Otherwise, if you don't understand the political reality that for every free trade agreement there are winners and losers, you need to put seat belts on. You need to have compensatory mechanisms. And whilst you don't expect governments to choose winners and losers at the enterprise level, but governments do need to be activists. Infrastructure, education, pro-enterprise regulatory environments. You do need an active government. But what you don't want is completely state-directed capitalism, where you pick winners and losers. We think that's ultimately a dead end. So anyway, my point is, watch this space. That's why there's still buzz in this part of the world.
We're going to run out of time, so I want to just quickly ask you, I started talking about the US. I mean, you have said, obviously, trade is the lifeblood of Singapore, and you're absolutely at the center of looking at this. The one country that, despite all these tariffs and trade wars by the US, the one country that has managed to increase its export growth this year is China. And we see that country, in many ways, doubling down on a focus on manufacturing, on export-led growth, when many economists might have said, long-term, they have to be on a different path. How destabilizing is that for this region, especially now they have a slightly more...
Well, I think what you're referring to, you're being too delicate, you're referring to overcapacity. Actually, the world has had unsustainable imbalances for some time. If you outsource all manufacturing to China, you outsource all energy to Russia, and you outsource security to America. I'm referring to the EU. Right? That's not a sustainable model. And if the EU wants to have strategic autonomy or independence, it needs to get a grip on manufacturing, on its industrial capacity, on its defense, and on its energy policies. I'm just giving you one example. Right? In the case of China, it's worth also reflecting because China became the manufacturing center of the world and enjoyed economies of scale, and by the way, I must say, Chinese workers happen to be really hardworking and efficient. I don't think you can fault China for that. But a world in which all manufacturing is accumulating on one half, trade surpluses are accumulating there, but those trade surpluses are being recycled. It used to be recycled into T-bills. What it meant is, for a while, the Western consumer enjoyed low inflation, low interest rates, high quality goods at affordable rates, but actually were consuming beyond what they were producing. And we should not be surprised that this system, based on the imbalance, was not sustainable. Now, if you imagine that America shuts its market to the productive capacity of China, and the EU also follows suit, and think of automotives as an example, then the question will be, will China be able to expand its domestic consumption to match its capacity, or will it still try to export its way out? And if it does, where will it export to?
But that is what they've been doing.
Right? No, I think, but I'm saying without being pejorative or making value judgments, just ask yourself, do you need domestic changes to the economic structure of China? I think we do. What does Southeast Asia, Africa, and South America want? Do we need infrastructure? We do. Is the productive capacity of China for the development of that infrastructure, particularly green energy, AI, and even biotech, which, by the way, speaking as a doctor, the Chinese are no slouches in that area too. So what I'm saying is, watch this space. I am sure adjustments will occur, both domestically and across borders and across zones. And the opportunity will be to try to catch these waves, catch these new tides and winds, so that we maximize opportunities for the rest of us. So so I'll come back to the hopeful note in which you started. Not all of us have lost our heads and reacted in panic, or even acted on sense of retribution. But we've tried to take a longer-term view of the imbalances and of the trends, and to seek opportunities in these interactions.
Well, I think
that's the basis of arbitrage.
For 60 years, Singapore's been fairly good at that.
Yeah, but 60 years is, in Asia, 60 years is far too early to tell. So we never take our survival for granted.
Dr. Balakrishnan, thank you so much for joining us and for starting us off on a hopeful footing.
I hope so. So don't lose your head. Understand what's going on. Look for opportunities. There are opportunities. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage Eric Schatzker, Editorial Director of Bloomberg New Economy.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. Let me echo what Mike said. Welcome, everyone, to the 7th New Economy Forum. And for so many of you, welcome back to the New Economy Forum. It's so good to see you again. These 3 days in Singapore will be meaningful, we hope, memorable, we certainly hope, maybe even magical. We're going to do our very best. It is always a thrill to be standing before you here on the stage. But I do recognize that the only thing between you and the rest of our program is me. So I will do my best to make this part mercifully brief. Please have a look behind me for a few important pieces of information. Starting with the question we get most. What's the Wi-Fi? Well, there it is. There's the network, BNE 2025, and the password, Singapore 2025. So please log into that network for the best possible bandwidth here at the Capella. Closed captioning, should you need it, is, you'll see here on both sides of the hall. if you haven't done so already, please don't forget to silence your phones. Let's bring up our social media hashtag, New Economy Forum. There it is. I encourage you to share, right? Share what you're seeing, share what you're learning, share whom you're meeting. And if you are not already a Bloomberg.com subscriber, you are missing out on the world's most essential news produced by the world's best editorial team, not to mention the world's most comprehensive, highest quality financial data. I know that very few of you need persuading on this matter, but if you still don't believe me, try it for free. This QR code right here is your ticket to a complimentary 3-month subscription to Bloomberg.com. Finally, another question you're probably asking is, how do I submit questions to our moderators? How do I participate in those edgy polls? Well, for that, you need a different QR code. Yes, it looks exactly the same as the last QR code, but I promise you this one is different. And if you click on that now, you'll get to our Q&A and live polling platform. We have tested this a million times, of course we have, but there's nothing like real life to see if it really works, right? So please get out those phones, as I said, scan the QR code, and vote in our very first poll of the 2025 New Economy Forum. Let's bring up the question, shall we? 5 years from now, what will have most dramatically reshaped the global economy? 5 years from now, what will have most dramatically reshaped the global economy? A, great power competition. B, climate volatility. C, AI and automation. Or D, de-dollarization. Now, it takes a second, maybe a few seconds, for your answers to begin registering. So let's see as they come in live. It's like a competition, right? Who wins the race to make our lives infinitely more complicated? Boy, it's a clear winner, at least for the moment. We may bring those back up once everybody has voted to show you where things finally stand. This question, 5 years from now, what will have most dramatically reshaped the global economy, is a perfect setup for our first panel of the day, the Great Realignment. Now, before we bring out my colleague Francine Lacqua and her guests, please enjoy the program. If you need help with anything, just ask anyone with a Bloomberg New Economy badge. We are here to help you. Thank you all for being here and for being part of the New Economy Forum.
Please welcome to the stage George Elhedery, Group CEO of HSBC, Lim Chao Kiat, CEO of GIC, Jose Munoz, President and CEO of Hyundai Motor Company, and Lei Zhang, Chairman of Envision, for a conversation with Bloomberg's Francine Lacqua.
And good morning. So Eric made it very clear there's a QR code, so I'm expecting a lot of questions because you know there's this untold rule that you want to have the more questions for the panels of the day. So please ask a lot of questions. Gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us. We have 40 minutes to talk about the great realignment, crossroads of AI fragmentation, but of course economic uncertainty. So AI, as we all know, number one worry over the last 5 years because of that poll, certainly for people here in the room, and it's cutting costs of expertise and boosting productivity. It's also shaping up labor markets and raising the risk of market bubbles. The world seems to be splitting into rival blocs and fragile supply chains, making resilience and security the new drivers of investment opportunities. So let's get straight to it. Jose Munoz, let's start with you. So how are you seeing this reordering of world power with the auto industry, where China has been on this incredible ascendance and the rest of the world is also struggling, frankly, to keep up with the ever-shifting whims of the White House?
Well, it's a huge challenge, right? But then part of the culture of our company is, since our founder, Junjun Chang, is to really take every change as a great opportunity, right? And then indeed that's what we're trying to do. But it's changing completely the environment, because particularly the tariffs, the change in regulation, the wars are making the big OEMs and us in particular to make really big changes. But one of the key conclusions for us was, okay, we are not looking at things in the short term, we're looking at things in the mid to long term. And then we still believe electrification is here to stay and is going to continue to grow, and therefore we are maintaining our investments, and we're doubling down in a market like the United States, where we have announced investments of $26 billion, and as soon as 2 days ago, announced also 125 trillion Korean won, is about $86 billion of investment the next 5 years in Korea as well, to be more localized, to be able to navigate in this difficult situation. So again, not short term, mid to long term is the solution, and I think the market is giving us some good hopes that this is the right way to go.
Jose, and I want to talk about supply chains in just a second, because that feels like a nightmare trying to reroute some of them. But Georges, you're head of HSBC. When you look at how difficult it is for such a global bank to adjust a global strategy exactly at a point where the world is increasingly divided by geopolitical blocs.
Thank you, Francine. The first thing is the world is reconfiguring, globalization is reconfiguring, and we're basically following that trend. We're supporting our customers follow that trend. What's important here is to realize that there's been major shifts. So 20 years ago, you could summarize global trade by saying China manufactures, the US consumer buys, and that's global trade. Subsequently, China's been manufacturing for the world. What we're seeing more recently is Asia buys Asia. We're seeing China manufacture in the world as opposed to for the world. This Asia buys Asia trend is supported a lot of intra-Asia, the wider Asia, Middle East, supported a lot of trade within this region. It supported a lot of foreign direct investment in this region. It supported a lot of employment in this region. And the way we look at it is, with more integration within this wider region, we will add 1.8% to GDP across the region. Now, the US tariffs will obviously hurt, but the estimate we have is that they will hurt around 0.5% to GDP. So therefore, net, this region can benefit from greater integration within, for trade and for FDI. And, Francine, this is, these reconfigurations have been, happening throughout our history. We've been born 160 years ago here in Asia. We've been 148 years in Singapore. So I want to say, how do we help our customers? Muscle memory.
Muscle memory is always a good idea. Chowkat, how do you see actually the economy changing? What's driving it? Is it geopolitics? Is it AI? Is it everything in between? Or is it actually just labor dynamics?
Right. Well, it's everything, right? I mean, to be sure, these changes, I would say, have been accumulating for at least the last 5 to 10 years. The way we looked at it is that we looked at changes sort of at 3 levels, right? The first is cyclical. Those are the stuff that we have been dealing with, right? Business cycles. The second is what we would call structural. Things which you could kind of predict, for example, demographics. And then finally, in the last few years, what we are seeing is what we call foundational, right? I mean, the top 3 forces for foundational changes are AI, geopolitics, and climate change. So if you take those 3, for example, and then you think about the implications, there are a couple. Fragmentation is one of them, and that has great implication in terms of how you should allocate capital. It also has implication in terms of the macro, right? Net, the cost of doing business is going higher, and the cost of defense and other things will probably cause a bit of inflation pressure. That's on the macro front. I think for businesses, there's also implication of incumbency versus startup, right? Especially with technology coming. So we are looking at that very, very closely as an investor, but also thinking about, how managers or operators can add value, right? So incumbency, take that as an example, has great advantages, especially in the AI age where you have data, you have customers already. Those are big advantages. Question is, can an incumbent adapt quickly, right? And that, could decide whether you end up a winner or losers. But generally, because the spend is so big, right, as this world goes through all this adjustment, we do see, kind of what people might call a K-shaped divergence. The big looks like will get bigger, right? The tech, will have an advantage over the non-tech. So I think that's another kind of trend that, as capital allocator, we want to sort of make sure that we put money on the right side.
That's, again, always a good idea to put money on the right side. Like, how do you see this fragmentation? Do you have to choose between being either an ally of China or the US?
So the business we are in is renewable energy. We believe this is more foundational layer for different global localization. So, I always believe in the current geopolitical tension is coming from net zero, zero-sum game. But technology innovation is the way to improve productivity, to break through the zero-sum game, is to make the pie bigger rather than dividing pie. So that's why energy technology is most important. People start to realize now with AI development, the foundation is about energy. Again, so renewable energy even more fundamental because we are going to build a foundation on the unlimited, infinite renewable energy, which is supposed to be free. So nowadays, the technology we are operating just make me kind of think about before industrialization. Every country, some countries have some coal, some countries have not. People are willing to buy steam engine, using steam engine to build their industrial foundation for developing textile and industrial whatever. So the renewable technology today, the wind turbine is like steam engine back 200 years ago. So every country has a wind, bring wind turbine, solar panel, energy storage. You create a modern energy system. Upon that, you can build your modern, localized manufacturing, supply chain. So that's what I see is that's still a common ground on the foundational level.
I mean, the difference, I guess, with the steam engine period is this overlay of geopolitics. Is it difficult to navigate?
I think, as I said, if you actually get away from zero-sum game, so if you always think the inclusive development, collaborations, there are still huge rooms to be collaborative.
Jose, give me a sense of what this tumult means actually for Hyundai and your supply chains. So how much have they changed? And how much does it change? The idea of a great realignment is that at some point you reach the end point where it's fixed. Is that how we should see it, or is it ever evolving?
It's ever evolving. So this is a fundamental shift, right? So we are an international Korean company, and then a lot of the production takes place in Korea. And then because we are vertically integrated, we own our own suppliers, like Mobis, Globis, and others. And then it means that if you want to succeed in the new environment, for example, you cannot afford paying 25% tariffs or 15% tariffs and being competitive in the market. So you need to completely change that. How do you do that? You need to change your supply chain. You need to invest in the local markets, but you need to improve fundamentally your operation. So, for example, you need to have better quality, and you have to have more, higher productivity and lower costs. How do you do that? We utilize AI, we utilize robotics to Boston Dynamics, so we bring the latest and greatest technology to our plants. I'm very proud to say that we are the only OEM producing here in Singapore, the Ioniq 5. In the state-of-the-art factory. It's almost an autonomous factory. So people are talking about autonomous driving. We are doing already the autonomous factory. And then the only thing that is not autonomous is the management, right? So we need real executives to manage the situation, to make the most out of it. But fundamentally, manufacturing becomes way more important because you cannot just rely on the old way of producing vehicles, increasing your costs. You cannot just pass the cost into the customer because otherwise you lose your business. So it's a fundamental realignment that requires a lot of speed. We call this in our company pali-pali. So this is our strength. We change very fast. And we try to apply also good planning, which we call midi-midi. So pali-pali, midi-midi, success factors, who change very fast on a very strong plan. And how do you do that? I said to my American colleagues, when you at the same time have to produce and sell cars. You go to the 405 in Los Angeles, everybody knows the millions of cars passing there. They're always working, always transforming. So they can never shut down and say, hey, let's do this quickly. Now, we cannot do that either. So we need to maintain our investors happy. I think we're doing a decent job there, but it's a fundamental change. But again, looking in the mid to long term, it's all about investing, being more local. So you cannot anymore rely on, I'm a global company, I produce in Korea, I ship cars everywhere, and that's it. No, the solution for each market is a different one. And in our particular case, obviously, US very, very important. We cannot just simply abandon. But in a way, this could be an opportunity if, for example, some of the competitors cannot enter in that market. China, we see as an opportunity, right? So it's a large market that's growing. Things are changing also. We want to do better there. Europe, regulation is having a huge impact. But fundamentally, you know, things that we used to do once every 6 months, and then maybe once every 1 month during COVID, now it's like every day. Hey, the regulation changed. What do you do? Okay, IRA is no longer there. What do you do? How about leasing? How about this? So it's a lot of very active, hands-on, proactive management to make the most out of this situation and take advantage. This is an opportunity for those who are better than others. Huh?
It also sounds exhausting as a leader. Is it different leadership qualities that you need in 2025 to deal with all the changes?
Definitely, yes. I think we need to have people who are very connected, who are all the time talking to the shareholders, to the investors, but also to the end customer, to your dealers, to the politicians. So we are spending more time talking to politicians than in my previous life, yes. Right? Because things change so dramatically, and if you are late, then you lose, right? So it changes dramatically. But then we need to be in good shape. We need to sleep fast, as I say, so there's not so much opportunity to sleep in a day, and then always keep changing, keep adapting. And this is what is making our group one of the best performing groups nowadays under the leadership of Yusen Chang.
Georges, I mean, do you hear the same? Are you like a banker to exhausted CEOs that are just trying to, survive a little sleep to try and keep up with the news flow?
Yeah, everything Jose said, music to is basically the story of my life. So it is absolutely true. I think what's important here is to see through certain of the short-term challenges. I mean, we have a resilient business. We've been growing in the number of areas. Even the areas most challenged, such as trade, has been growing quarter after quarter, steadily, robustly. We're here to support our customers. We're here to provide them working capital facilities where they need it, etc. And that's doing well. If I look at our share price, it's performed well. But if I look at the volatility of our share price, it's mostly been driven by speculation on what the taxation is going to be. So the underlying business and the resilience is here, but it's the short-term speculation, not even fact, speculation of what's the taxation on banks, specifically in the UK, that's driven most of the volatility in our shares. So you have to see through that. You can't let this wake you up at night. What should wake us up at night is what's the future going to hold? How are we able to transform with the technology disruption? Are we going to be on that journey, or are we going to be, if you want, left behind? And we can't afford the latter, right? So we need to be on that journey.
Do you see, Georges, a world where you could also have competing financial systems? actually are splitting off in different networks? Is that a step too far?
So the short answer, Francine, is no. Now there are some countries, some jurisdictions that have been excluded from the financial system for many for years, some for decades. I can see a flag behind you. Those countries have been excluded for various geopolitical reasons, and they're not in the financial system. Everything else, we see it as a cohesive financial system. I want to give you some illustration, Francine. 60% of our largest customers, wholesale customers, in mainland China are US companies. And mind that these are not US companies who are looking to manufacture in China to sell back into the US. The vast majority of them are actually manufacturing in mainland China for the China domestic market or for the Asian market opportunities, right? Now, they are very successful. They're making very good revenues and very good profits from this business, and they're paying very large dividends back into the US for the US shareholders. So that is not going to go away. That is the reality of how this world is integrated and how the financial system is integrated. I can say exactly the same thing about India. Okay, I can say, Francine, you and I live in London, right? If you jump on an electric black cab, or you jump on an electric double-decker red bus, or if you're buying renewable energy in the UK, chances are you're buying Chinese, and that's the reality.
And that you're not expecting it to change.
I think the resilience of this underlying fabric is absolutely here to stay. What has changed is that there are certain assets which have now become or be deemed national security assets, such as code, Gen AI type code, such as chips, semiconductors, the most advanced ones of them, such as data and cloud. And those assets are going to fragment. Those assets are going to have national boundaries. Data has had national boundaries for some time. Data visas are required to move data around. Regulation has started to have lots of national boundaries. And there is going to be more highly strategic assets that will have national boundaries. And we, as the financial system, but also all our customers, will have to respect that and ensure that we're protecting the national considerations for these. But you step out of these assets, and there is a multitude, there is a huge ocean of opportunities where business is still conducted on a cross-border basis, and business will continue to be conducted on a cross-border basis, and we believe that's going to be the case.
Jacques, where are we actually in this global realignment? Are we 60% there? Are we 70% there? Or is it ever evolving? And again, was it accelerated by the Trump administration, or was it a sea change?
Right. I guess under this theme of realignment, there are several threats, right? You have, I think what we have seen so far has been on the security side, on the trade side, on the supply chain side. I think finance, is the one that I'm worried about, right? Because I think for other parts, there are some very difficult issues. Let's say on trade, with the tariff and all this adjustment, it's not really the fundamental. Right? Because the fundamental has to come down to investment savings imbalances across countries. It's a very difficult rewiring of that. Essentially, I think the Chinese need to increase their consumption, the Americans need to reduce the consumption. But that is a very difficult sort of balance to achieve. Trade, in a way, is a symptom of that phase. Supply chain rewiring is very expensive, right? Because we already have had this kind of global arrangement for so many years. Many of the parts are already in place for decades. To try and shift that is going to be very costly and actually is very risky, right? Because a disruption in one part can send, shockwave into the whole chain. We have seen it, in fact, right? Quite a few examples. But I'm hoping that on the finance side, we don't get there. That there's enough wisdom that a big part of that global financial system, in a way, is global good, right? It's public good, right? So be very careful in rewiring that. I was just talking to an institution that is involved in that whole kind of plumbing system and they are in a certain jurisdiction. And of course, because of that, they are subject to the law of the land. And if the country imposes, for example, sanction on another country, they have to comply, right? But actually, at that institution, if you look at their function, which is really global public good, I was joking with them that they should be subject to UN Security Council's jurisdiction. You know, there's enough veto, right, to make sure that they are not having to act in a certain way. Because once you touch that financial plumbing, I think there will be a lot of unintended consequences, and the cost will be significantly higher than what we have seen on the trade side.
But do you worry? Therefore, I mean, what do you worry exactly about? Is it like unpredictable inflation, or some?
Well, just weaponization,
something systemic,
right? Weaponization of financial institutions.
Of financial systems.
Right.
Do you see decoupling in the world, like real decoupling?
I think there are a lot of temptation to do that,
Yeah.
but so far I'm quite encouraged that the people in charge, I think, have the wisdom to recognize that it might backfire.
Jose, can you update us on what happened at the Georgia battery plant in the U.S.? So there was a raid, and you said that will set you back 2-3 months.
Right. So that was a bad surprise, and then the number one surprise was that I received a phone call, and then what happened, and then it was not our plant, but it was portrayed as if it was our plant. It was an LG plant, and then we are shareholders, but it's a separate plant from the assembly plant. Well, I think there was a kind of independent activity from either the federal government and the state government. I got phone call from the White House apologizing for what happened. They were not aware, they didn't know, so why this is happening when the company, as part of the South Korea tariff negotiation, is really making big commitments to invest in the country. As I mentioned earlier, $26 billion in the next 4 years versus $20.5 billion in the last 40 years, which is the time we've operated in the US. That was kind of a big surprise. The governor of Georgia, Governor Kemp, also called me and said, I don't know what happened. This is not a state jurisdiction. So apparently somebody made a phone call and made it look like there were illegal immigrants. That's absolutely not the case. And in fact, President Trump didn't want those workers to get back to Korea. The fact is, there are a number of jobs that require to be specialized. And in particular, in the battery business, and a number of processes and technologies that are not available in a very well-developed country like the United States. And then you need to bring specialized people to do it. The system, the immigration system, does not recognize that. So I think if we want to be positive, I always try to apply the PMA attitude, positive mental attitude, right? So the good thing is that as a result, we've had a lot of discussions with the federal government, with the state, with the immigration authorities, both in Korea and in the United States. And now we're finding very good permanent solutions, not only for our suppliers like LG, but for our own people. We have thousands of people who come and help us to establish the operation, and then they go back to Korea. And I think for others as well. We're coordinating much better among all the companies that are impacted. And I think at the same time...
And it hasn't dented actually your commitment to the US in the slightest?
Not at all. Not at all. I mean, we need to look at the things in the long term. This happened right 1 week before. We were having the very first CEO Investor Day outside of Korea in the history of the company. And it was me, the first non-Korean CEO, making the presentation in New York. And they asked me, are you going to change your plans? Oh no, we are not here for the short term. We've been in this country for many years. This is the number one market, is where we make the most. We cannot just simply because something happened, which is obviously an accident, and then you get even apologies from the President of the United States just saying that this is going to change our plan. No, on the contrary, I said we double down. We want to maintain our investment in the country. We think that in the mid to long term, things are going to get better, but obviously we need to make also a lot of adjustments to the supply chain, to the products that we're going to produce. But ultimately, it's all about having good products in the market, being very competitive, high quality, top safety, durability, reliability, to be competitive in the marketplace. If you don't get back to your fundamentals and you change your strategy when you have an event, then things are going to change. So, for example, by the end of September, IRA finished. Right, and then OEMs and the consumers were getting benefit of $7,500 if you bought an electric vehicle. Well, we see what happens in China, we see what happens in Europe, and even in the United States. In many states, the EV is a better solution for the consumer. So we have maintained our plan. We not only maintain the Savannah plant investment, which is about $12.6 billion and more than 8,500 people, but we have announced an expansion. But then what we're doing with this expansion, instead of doing all electric vehicles, we're going to produce also hybrid, EREV, extended range EV, and fuel cell EV, etc. So flexibility, adaptability, being very fast to be able to capitalize on the new situation. So I remember we were announcing the new factory, the grand opening in March, the Liberation Day, when the president announced the tariffs.
Perfect timing.
Yeah, perfect timing. So they were asking me, wow, you're such a visionary, right? So you knew this was happening, and then you are localizing. Yes, exactly. So the things don't work this way, right? So you need to have a plan, stick to your plan, adapt it, be very fast, and always look at the different players to maintain good performance to your shareholders and ultimately to delight your customers. We call it Sonnim, which is the honor guest concept in Korea.
So just a reminder, we have 10 minutes left, and I'm still waiting for questions. So feel free, otherwise I have a million more questions. Like when you look at what you were talking about, renewables, but also AI, I mean, in this new, ever-changing, ever-evolving world, who will be the winners and losers? And actually, how much disruption are you expecting in your own company in 5 years?
Right. So in Vision, we not consider ourselves as an energy company. We also position ourselves as an AI company. We are applying, physical AI in particular, which is more than a large language model. We're going to put these physical laws in the AI models to harness the energy system. For instance, today, we are making our green hydrogen as cost competitive as gray today already. Is 1.5 million ton green ammonia facility has been built up. So the first phase, 300,000 ton, but reached the cost parity. Why? How can we change to manage that? We put this wind solar storage in the Gobi Desert of Inner Mongolia. The only resources we are used is wind and sunshine and the wastewater from the city. There are three elements. Then we create green hydrogen and green ammonia. So how can we achieve that? AI is playing a very important role. Firstly, we're building AI climate foundation model, which makes us to look through the weather pattern, which is supposed to supercomputing to figure out what's happening. If beyond 7 days, no clue. But we are able to have improved 50% accuracy for weather forecasting. Then we are able to adjusting all the renewable production. Secondly, because the system is so complex, it's the largest independent renewable energy system in the world. So have so many devices, human coordination is almost impossible. We're using AI, of course, with the physical boundary to manage such an electrical and chemical facility. So then we are able to use 100% renewable energy, which we are, because the green hydrogen costs 80% coming from electricity. We have such a low cost electricity, then we're making green hydrogen cost competitive. So we already feel this is the impact of AI, but we're also using that project as a training base for energy foundation model, because it's an independent system end to end. It's so complicated. We are training our model every day. So then it's become much more efficient.
Thank you. So we only have a couple of minutes left. So I'll ask you, almost like quick fire, rapid questions. Chakyat, we have a question. Now the Q&A questions are coming in. I have many. How do you think about de-dollarization and implications for emerging alternatives to the dollar? Is it stablecoin? Is it digital baskets? And I guess this goes back to my underlying questions, which is winners and losers over the next decade.
Yeah, I mean, this question has been, talked about quite a lot, right? I guess different definition to this de-dollarization. One version is that when the US lose its reserve currency status, that seems like a remote possibility, right? Unless, I guess, the foundation, right, of the US system cracks. We don't really see that, right? There are some challenges with regard to, debt and fiscal position. Growth is very important. It does seem like a lot of things are riding on AI, right, to get growth. There's a lot of reliance on AI delivering productivity. So if that doesn't happen, you might get a bit of a hairline crack, to some of this. But we don't see that. There aren't clear alternatives. I mean, I would say in the currency market, investors sort of adjusting their currency exposure is quite a normal thing, right? If you have, let's say, a very high exposure to a particular currency or country, adjusting it down 10% is not unusual. And the good thing is that financial market today allows for this kind of adjustment. So I would say that there are enough levers for investors and other participants to adjust the position without causing a big problem.
Josh?
Francine, I agree with Chakyat. Just to give you some numbers, 50% of global payments are done in dollars, 60% of global reserves are US dollar based, 80% of trade is financed in dollars, and more than 95% of foreign exchange is done against dollar. So that will erode, but that's not going to change the landscape. The dollar remains the major currency, right? That it will erode because there will be diversification, there will be usage of other currencies, there will be more and more usage of gold in reserve management, but it's not going to materially change the picture, certainly not in my career, probably not in my lifetime. This being said, payment trails, and this is kind of going back to what Lei was saying, payment trails will evolve. I mean, we are still on payment trails that have been invented many decades ago, and they're become much more efficient, of course, over the many decades. But the fact that we need a refresh, 24/7, instantaneous, frictionless payment capabilities, which could be provided, among other, by blockchain technology, is definitely a likely outcome of diversification of payment trails. And it's very important that we work on them, we test them, we make them more and more resilient, we make them bank grade standard, financial services grade standard. But that evolution is much more real than if you want a de-dollarization.
Jose, when you look at winners and losers, I know that you have a very clear advantage, certainly because of when you look at Elon Musk's focus on robots and humanoid robots. You're like decades ahead. But given the fast pace of advance, be it driverless cars or robotics, I mean, is that enough? A couple of decades? Advancing?
Is never enough. And in fact, whilst our company is, I would argue, one of the most advanced, I think we're a technology company who happens to be in the automotive business, right? Because we produce chips, we have robots with Boston Dynamics, we do logistics with Globis, we have our own bank and the capital, our autonomous driving company, Motional, for example. But that's never enough. So as an example, we thought that strategically it would be good for us to have a strong partnership with the best domestic company, for example, in the US. So we made a partnership with General Motors, right, to co-produce, to co-develop, and to achieve synergies in terms of localization. When Hyundai plus Kia plus Genesis are the third largest OEM in volume, the second in profits, but we still think we could have more synergies. So we partnered with GM, we made a partnership with Waymo, for example, for robotaxis, or with Amazon for online sales, and many others, right? So we think that AI, robotics, autonomous driving, all this is here today. We have the technology today, and it's more a matter of regulation. So therefore, we need to look for the next frontiers and continue to adapt. Again, the fundamentals is the most important. How do you take advantage of this? And then to your earlier point, CK, so I think very, very important to avoid having a transformation where you lose business is how you transform when you grow. So we presented a plan to grow 35% volume by 2030, 55% on Genesis, which is double-digit profit. So you have to think forward, breakthrough, to be able to navigate winning instead of thinking you're going to lose. So you either grow or go. So you have to be careful.
Gentlemen, thank you so much for a spirited conversation. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage Tom Orlik, Chief Economist for Bloomberg Economics.
So at the New Economy Forum, we're here to talk about the big questions about the future. What's the terminal destination for President Trump's tariffs? Is the AI revolution taking us into a tech utopia or a dystopia? We'll get to the future in a second, but before we do, I want to spend a moment in the past, and in particular, thinking about a French historian called Fernand Braudel. Now, Braudel was a polymath and a genius, and one of his gifts to the world was the idea that there are three cycles of historical time. First, there's events. Banner headlines on Bloomberg.com today, lost in the digital void tomorrow. Braudel called them fireflies on the stage of history. Next, there's something that Braudel called conjunctures, but I think we might call paradigm shifts. Like the end of the Cold War, which echo not just for days or weeks, but for years and decades. And lastly, and this was the focus of Braudel's research, there's the longue durée, the bedrock of climate, geography, social structures that changes only over centuries or millennia, but which underpins and shapes the course of events and the nature of paradigm shifts. Well, you don't have to be here at the New Economy Forum in Singapore to know that the course of events has sped up. Now, some of that is headlines generated by a US president with a remarkable talent for keeping himself at the center of public affairs. As you can see in this chart, a remarkable share of headlines from news this year have mentioned President Trump in one way or another. But some of these events are important. Tariff hikes, shifts in the US security posture, challenges to central bank independence. What's the collective noun for a group of fireflies? Does anybody know? It's a glow of fireflies. Isn't that nice? But for our purposes, the collective noun for a group of fireflies is a paradigm shift. And let me talk about that paradigm shift in two dimensions. First, trade. From the end of World War II, 1947 and the signing of the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade, to the creation of the World Trade Organization in 1995, the US was a champion of free trade. That's no longer the case. As you can see in this chart, in President Trump's second term, the US tariff rate has jumped all the way from 2% to 15%. That's the biggest tariff hike from the US in history, going all the way back to the 19th century. And it takes tariffs all the way back to levels last seen in World War II. A historic tariff hike, and we would expect historic consequences. To gauge how significant those consequences will be, we've turned to a computable general equilibrium model of the global economy. When we plug in that 15% tariff hike, the model tells us that the US is destined to play a much smaller role in global trade. As you can see in the chart, by 2030, global exports to the United States are set to be some 20% smaller than they would have been if no tariffs were imposed. And for many Asian nations, India, China, South Korea, the blow to sales to the US will be even larger. That's bad news for Asian nations which have grown quickly by riding the wave of export opportunity. It's also bad news for the United States, which risks being cut off from what many are calling the Asian century. Let's talk about security. A key feature of Trump's second term has been a shift in the US security posture. Cutting funding for Ukraine, bluntly informing NATO allies to pay up for their defense or look out for themselves. This is a picture of the G7 leaders meeting in Canada from earlier this year. Can anyone see who's missing from this picture? The symbolism is palpable. What happens when the global policeman heads home? Well, to borrow the title of one of Hollywood's hits from 2025, it's one battle after another. There's peace in Gaza and a UN resolution that promises a basis for sustaining that peace, and that's good news. But war in Ukraine continues, and many fear that Putin will next set his sights on NATO's eastern frontier in the Baltics. India and Pakistan have had one of the fiercest exchanges in decades. Cambodia and Thailand have exchanged fire at their border. And that's bad news for the global economy. More defense spending means more debt. We think European nations will have to add more than 2 trillion to their borrowing over the next decade to meet that obligation to hit 3.5% of GDP in defense spending. And when conflict does erupt, that can mean a blow to supply chains, sending prices spiraling higher and bringing growth grinding to a halt. We saw that when Russia invaded Ukraine and cut off Europe's energy pipelines. Well, guess what? If there's conflict in the Taiwan Strait, impacting the supply of semiconductors, which is powering the global AI revolution, the consequences for the global economy would be even more severe. How about Braudel longue durée, the bedrock of geography, climate that underpins everything else? Could we see changes even there? Well, maybe we could. Developments in artificial intelligence over the last few years have been nothing short of remarkable. This chart from researchers at OpenAI shows for different professions what share of tasks could be taken over by AI over the next few years. Would anyone in the audience count themselves as a top executive? Well, congratulations, and I look forward to seeing about half of you at the 2026 New Economy Forum, and for the other half, I look forward to meeting your AI avatars. AI promises to transform the white-collar workplace in the same way that factory automation has already transformed the blue-collar workplace. If AI valuations, which many say are extremely stretched, trigger a crisis of confidence in the markets, it's conceivable we'll have a market crash. And with tariffs high, like the tariff hike from Smoot-Hawley in the 1930s, the echoes of that unfortunate earlier period of history when market crash and tariff hikes tipped the US into depression, those echoes will get even louder. But the implications of the AI revolution could go even further. At this year's New Economy Forum, we are without the wisdom and the guidance of that giant of international relations and a founding chair of the NEF, Henry Kissinger. In the final years of his life, a focus of Kissinger's research was on the potential for a disastrous interaction between AI and weapons of mass destruction. How about climate change, the tragedy of the horizon, as Marc calls it? Well, even on an optimistic trajectory, if technology and policy shifts enable an accelerated move toward a zero-carbon economy, countries like Brazil, India, Australia, many countries from Africa face significant costs as temperatures unavoidably rise. And if we fail in that mission, and if global temperatures rise more than 3 degrees above their pre-industrial revolution average, well, the climate economists tell us the cost to global GDP, stretched over the decades ahead, could be more than 12%. That's more than double what the COVID crisis or the global financial crisis cost the global economy. So China's president, Xi Jinping, is fond of using a particular phrase, and the Chinese speakers in the audience will have to forgive my atrocious pronunciation. 世界正在经历百年未有之大变故. The world is seeing changes not seen in 100 years. Now, I think what she is primarily referring to is the shift in trade and the shift in the security environment. Already a lot. If machines start thinking for themselves and temperatures continue to rise, changes not seen in 100 years might not be the half of it. We've got a lot to talk about at this year's New Economy Forum. Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage Helene Budliger Artieda, State Secretary for Switzerland, Merit Jano, Chair of the Board of MasterCard and Dean Emerita and Professor at Columbia University, David Lee, Co-founder and CEO of Hesai Technology, and His Excellency Prudence Sebahizi, Minister of Trade and Industry for the Republic of Rwanda, for a conversation with Bloomberg's Sherry.
Good morning. Thank you so much for being here. I mean, what a time to be here again in Singapore for the New Economy Forum. You just heard from Tom the complexities of the world right now, whether it's exuberance over artificial intelligence or just the added risks coming from the tariff environment. Why don't I just start it off with Merit and just set up the scene for us when it comes to this complex global landscape?
Well, thank you and good morning. A pleasure to be here. I think it's important to differentiate between the policy environments that we're seeing and the actual economic trends. And in terms of the policy environment, you're seeing unprecedented uncertainty and risk throughout the global system, and we've talked about that a lot. And, we see that more and more countries are introducing policy interventions that are restricting imports, export restrictions, import restrictions, subsidies, industrial policies, economic security coming together. So there's all of these changes happening that make us feel very uncertain about what the shape of globalization is going to look like.
But I think the world is not deglobalizing. I think the shape of globalization is changing. We're past peaks, but manufactured trade growth continues, and services is twice as fast as manufacturing. And I have some of the optimism we heard in our first panel, that in this environment of risk and uncertainty, the big adjustments happened after the first trade war with China.
Right.
And at this moment, you're actually not seeing big divestments in supply chain. You're seeing adjustments. And I think it is a world where the coalition of the willing are revealing themselves gradually. So new initiatives are being formed, and just this week we heard about FIT-P, and we heard about new regional frameworks, and most of those are not including the United States.
So there seems to be a little bit more momentum to add to that optimism that you're seeing. And you mentioned, Helen, you just struck a deal with the United States. Tell us how that went.
It went.
I hear the laughter around in the room.
No, I think for Switzerland, two things are absolutely key. For Switzerland, we're 9 million people, so a relatively small country, but we have managed to become the 20th largest market economy. So visibly, we need to be able to manage access to large markets. So we're relieved that we managed to finally clinch a trade deal at 15% all in or unstacked, as some call it, and that puts us at par with some of our main competitors, which is primarily our neighbors, the EU. But equally important for us is to continuously work on framework conditions in Switzerland. We're often rated to be one of the most innovative countries, so that means that we have to invest into research and development in our public universities, have an excellent educational system, infrastructure, and so on. And then I think the big thing currently is the administrative burden, getting the balance between wanting to protect the climate and making progress, but then not losing out on cost. I think that's the other challenge, I would say.
And Prudence, at least when it comes to Rwanda, some of the exports and developments of critical minerals actually shield you from some of the risks out there.
Yeah, definitely. For Rwanda, I think what we have seen in this new tariff policy is more of opportunity than challenge, because it's a wake-up call. Now Rwanda, we are looking at industrializing the country. We are looking at diversifying our markets. Yeah, that's a wake-up call, and I think it's good for us.
Is it a little bit of a risk that you're also having to compete with other African nations, though?
Not necessarily. I think what we are doing now is to see how we can develop regional and continental value chain. So we are not competing, but we are complementing each other. Rwanda is a member of two regional economic communities, East African Community and Common Market for Eastern and Southern Africa. And we're also a member of the African Continental Free Trade Area. So we are not competing, we are rather complementing each other.
Are there any opportunities in the private sector, David? Because, of course, Hesai has been suffering from the supply chain disruptions right now.
Yes, it's very exciting to hear from the policy-making end, and we're at the receiving end, aka we pay tariffs to the U.S. government. And we built a small sensor for cars and can save from fatal accident up to 90% rates, which is important. But we are a tiny part of a product. So I feel like a lot of times when policymakers think about tariffs, balancing trade, you're thinking about standalone product. Like, for example, like a beer, right? Everyone wants to have like a local beer. So you fight the imported beer, then you add a local beer. Maybe not as good, but you're proud. I get that. The problem is we're not the beer. We're the A1 sauce for the steak. So we're not even a steak, nor a steakhouse. So the problem is that we're the tiny part. But when you are trying to put on tariffs or ban such a product, you're not killing a steak sauce industry. You're impeding the entire steak industry. So a lot of people will end up eating a steak that doesn't taste well. I think that's the problem of when you are tariffing or restricting the trade on a critical components as opposed to a standalone product. In the meantime, when you do that, what's going to happen is Europe has the best A1 sauce, Korea and Japan has the best A1 sauce, and you bet China has the best of the best A1 sauce, while the United States eating a steak without the sauce. So is that what people want?
I think you're making our audience a little bit hungry right now. But
Sorry,
how do you
so
navigate that?
For the steak.
How do you navigate that, the lack of sauce?
There isn't much I can do. I obviously have to pay the tariff. The interesting fact is that when we were facing, it was 25, it was 50%, now it was like 150%. So by that time, we had no option but asking our customers to pay the full amount. So in the middle of the night, I asked myself, what do I really do? So I'm collecting money from the US people and sending that 100% back to the US government. I feel like I am the IRS from China. So that's kind of what I do now. So there isn't much I could do because we build high quality safety parts. Everyone understands there isn't easily replaceable. So you're going to have to end up still buying that. But I have to transfer that cost to the people who are really working on the important technology, the autonomous driving, robotics, the physical AI. And I'm like really the IRS.
No, and is it really about protecting some sectors that have come under increased scrutiny, especially with these different industrial policies? Helen, I know the pharmaceuticals is a big deal for Switzerland.
So pharma, the Swiss pharma, actually 50% of their turnover is the American market. So Switzerland would suffer if they cannot succeed in the US. And pharma actually is the reason why we've had such a large trade surplus. But then the US decided not to tax pharma. As of 2nd of April, there is this famous Annex 2, and most of innovative pharma is actually listed there. So our pharma has actually, paid MFN tariffs 0 before 2nd of April, and ever since 2nd of April, the MEM industry is suffering, the watch industries, they're suffering, but they didn't contribute that massively to the trade surplus. But of course, for us, it's a key interest to make sure that Swiss pharma can continue to access the US market. So we're very glad, as part of our agreement, we also have some language on the 232, Section 232 investigations. Just as the EU we managed to get a cap at 15% should anything happen down the lane.
Where are the opportunities in some of the sectors that can potentially grow still in this environment, Merit?
Well, I think companies have to navigate this complexity, right? And so I think there's increasing need to have visibility on your entire supply chain. Companies have taken many steps to get that, but there is more to be done. And some of that could be done by governments that want to facilitate trade in areas where they are permissioning it. And so I think there's a lot of work that could usefully be done around data and AI to increase that transparency and facilitate trade between nations in areas where it is being permitted or encouraged. There's also a lot to be done around the digital economy. So when I think about what the Coalition of the Willing mean today, it means different groupings, some plurilateral, some bilateral, some regional, around different areas where globalization is continuing and the opportunities are still there. And certainly creating approaches that are interoperable, even if they're different.
In fact, the Future of Investment and Trade Partnership is one initiative that, Helen, you are working with other countries.
Yes, so UAE, Singapore, New Zealand, and Switzerland are co-conveners. Rwanda is a member. That's actually the reason, I think, why both of us are currently in Singapore. We had our first ministerial gathering yesterday. As the title says, we believe in the future of investment and trade, and we want to be a positive voice out there, because there's a lot of scrutiny on trade, and I think all of us, we're currently now at 16 members, have decided it's important, and we have done so 2 years ago. So it's really a pro-movement. It's not against anyone. It's a pro-investment and trade movement. And the topics that you're talking about, paperless trade, technology and trade, are exactly the things that we're looking at. And for example, as a first, and we had our first workshop in June, and now we had our first ministerial declaration, and guess what, on supply chain security. So these are exactly the topics that we have decided that smaller and medium-sized economies would like to work together.
Prudence, how do developing economies fit into this broader context?
First of all, we have to understand that the multilateral trading system is now more unpredictable than ever before. And one of the strategies that small countries like Rwanda has to adopt is to diversify our markets. We are talking about South-South cooperation. FITP is one good model of South-South cooperation, because we have traditionally relied on European and US market for so long. Because of AGOA, we have been a beneficiary of AGOA with the US market. We have been beneficiary of the GSP with EU. But all these trade schemes are getting to an end. So now we have to invest more in diversifying our market. We have to invest more in looking for new opportunities for investment and also for our export market.
Is it tricky to sort of set yourself in one camp when you have the two largest superpowers in the world competing?
Yeah, but for me, when you have the two superpowers in this game, I see it as an opportunity. Why? Because we have seen recently some investment relocating. If, for example, a Chinese company that used to access US market is unable to do so because producing from China doesn't give them access to the US market, then they will find it appropriate to move to a country like Rwanda, where regulatory environment is conducive, where we are enjoying actually the baseline tariff with the US, which is just 10%, the lowest of all the tariff that the US has set for countries.
David, you are diversifying your manufacturing already.
Yes.
Yes, that's one of the approach we take. Historically, our volume is mostly in China because of the China EV. And now what we see is that I half-jokingly tell people it's a China ping-pong team, meaning that we're fighting each other so hard domestically. The truth is that when you go out of the border, you realize that you're so much more competitive because of your domestic industry, because China EV is leading. So what we find is that global customers, they come to us. They're like, it's crazy you guys can do such a high-quality part at such a price. And do you lose money? We're like, we're getting by. So they're like, okay, how about you set up factories and set up supply chains outside China so that you can better work with my volumes in the rest of the world? And because we have that super capability to control the cost, crank up the volume, we get to do that. Of course, it's increased the cost, but in the end, if you compare what we have to what my US or European competitors have, it's still a very different game. So the customers are very happily taking that part.
How big of an impact is not only the technical side of your business, but reputational when you have the Pentagon blacklisting your company?
This is a history I'm sure not any people know. We were on one of the list, and we fought really hard, and we actually sued the U.S. government, the DOE, and actually the judge came out saying that we really didn't find direct evidence. And which means that the only consequence for me is I couldn't supply to the U.S. military, which I didn't even do. But the problem is that with that restriction, people will look at me, they think, oh, what have you done wrong? Why did you piss off the most powerful country in the world? Like, the truth is, we're just trying to do civilian parts. But then people think we have reputation damage. And that's actually true. We have to explain, look, you need to look at the evidence. And that was the part that was definitely not helping my business, but thank God that people are still looking at the facts, still looking at what's really can be verified, and that's over the time. It's been a year and a half. I think it's people start to understand the situation.
The U.S. merit, for example, has been unhappy with the global trading system, with the multilateral framework for a very long time. This actually goes beyond just Trump 2.0.
Oh, absolutely. I think, disappointment with the multilateral system has started very soon after the WTO was formed and China joined, and so I think the point was made earlier that it's been years of frustration with the inability of countries to come together to negotiate and modernize rules and frameworks, among 168 plus countries by consensus. It's just not working. But that doesn't mean that trade isn't expanding. The rule frameworks have just not been multilaterally, and things are moving a little bit more regionally and bilaterally in terms of frameworks. And now some of them are softer than they used to be. They used to be hard law. Now they're softer. They're more recognition agreements and so forth. But I do think it's important to look at where trade flows are continuing to be vibrant and growing as against hard law frameworks.
You mentioned earlier the regional growth that we're seeing on more initiatives. We talked about what's happening here in Singapore as well, and of course, freer intra-Asian trade. What are the risks of ongoing and existing disputes, even among these other nations? We have the ongoing China-Japan diplomatic spat, for example, throwing a wrench to the ongoing efforts to build a different system on the sidelines.
Well, I think, the point was made earlier that we don't have this kind of strategic trust. And I think I'm very glad that the U.S. and China have reached some agreements and understandings, but it is a kind of cold peace. So we have to recognize that that's the landscape. And in that landscape, you're seeing some deepening between countries and their frameworks. What's happening here in Southeast Asia is particularly positive and I think forward-looking. But you see Europe developing new frameworks with Latin America. You're seeing new corridors between the Gulf and Asia. And I think, some of these commitments that have recently been made are going to see both increased investment in the United States and some de-risking from the United States.
Helen, you've made investment commitments also into the United States. What happens after the Trump administration?
No, I mean, it's not Switzerland that's making, I think there are different models out there, so we're not, Switzerland is not contributing to a fund or anything. It's
the $200 billion are coming from the private sector.
This is foreign direct investment by our private sector, and it's important to know that we're already 6th largest FDI. We're 1st largest FDI when it comes to research and development. We're 4th largest when it comes to manufacturing. So the US has always been an important market for Swiss companies, and given that they're facing certain challenges, they have decided, just as we heard in the previous panel, they have decided to onshore some of their activities. Now, in the case of Switzerland, again, we're 9 million people. Where would we put 200 billion of new investment in Switzerland? We would lack land and people, actually, to absorb it. So this has been something in the making a long time ago. Larger markets have asked for local value chains, have asked for local production and manufacturing, and even some research and development. So this is not new. I think what is new is the sort of speed and size that now the Swiss private sector has to onshore to the US, and I think it's bad news sort of for all the others, because I think in the next years, probably FDI from Switzerland will primarily go to the US. Not exclusivity, because we've also signed a free trade agreement with India, EFTA, and actually in order, it was such a difficult discussion. EFTA, European Free Trade Association, we're 15 million people. We're a great market, huh? We're very convinced that we're a great market, but then you're talking to a trade minister from India who grants you preferred market access to 1.4 billion people. So in order to sort of make sure that this is a win-win trade agreement, actually EFTA has agreed to invest into India and to make it worthwhile also for India. So this is not something new. It has actually been done in the past. I think the speed and maybe the amount are unique to our deal.
The acceleration of the trends that we've already seen for years. When it comes to the acceleration also in the hopes of developing critical materials as well, is that leading to more courting of Rwanda, given, of course, the tantalum and tungsten and tin and gold and all of the metals and minerals that you actually produce?
I think for me, Africa should not be busy exporting critical minerals. We should rather be attracting investment in those sectors to add value to them, because what is happening elsewhere can also happen in Africa. Africa, we have a market of 1.4 billion people, 3.4 trillion US dollar combined GDP. So companies that are extracting critical minerals from Africa would rather come and invest in Africa to add value to them.
In fact, we are getting a question from the audience. How can collaboration in industries and innovation contribute to actually long-term job creation in African nations like Rwanda?
Yeah, definitely. We are talking about job creation. We are talking about adding value to our raw materials. We are talking about integrating our own markets. Because if you keep exporting raw materials, you are exporting jobs for your people. And this has not been helpful over the past, because Africa is a host of raw materials. We are a host of labor, cheap labor, but we have not made use of it.
David, the shifting terrain in the global landscape and what that means for more opportunities in your industry, given, of course, the exuberance over artificial intelligence and anything high-tech at this point.
I do want to offer another data point. It's also from the China automotive industry, because people always talk about tax breaks and subsidies, and that's true. But one of the interesting facts I think people don't necessarily know is that the biggest tax benefit and subsidies the Chinese government give is actually to Tesla, which is probably counterintuitive, because you would assume that there is no point of helping a foreign competition in China. But the Chinese government, their theory is the catfish theory. By introducing and helping the best and the greatest foreign competitor into China, they feel like it's actually growing the entire industry. And that's actually happened. 10 years ago, there was a Tesla for EV and nobody else. Now we have great EV companies in China. There's BYD, there's Xiaomi, Li Auto, etc. I would argue the top 10 EV makers in China are equally or closely competitive as Tesla as a result of screening the catfish, which is an interesting policy that probably...
Merit, I'll give you the last word as we wrap up this panel on those opportunities that come with change.
Many opportunities are coming in the current environment, but I think it requires our increasing sophistication in navigating the complexity. And for corporate leaders, it also means, and companies, it means working more closely with governments in order to build the trust needed to be accepted in the ecosystem.
Thank you so much to our panelists for this conversation today. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. Well said.
Please welcome to the stage Jenny Johnson, CEO of Franklin Templeton, Valerie Urban, CEO of Euroclear Group, and Danny Young, founder, CEO, and Chief Investment Officer of Diamond Asia Capital, for a conversation with Bloomberg's David Gura.
Well, thank you all very much, and it is a privilege to be here talking about exorbitant privilege with all of you and this great group of guests here to my right. And I want to pick up with what was said at the end of Francine's conversation about the great realignment, and that is that this debate over dollar dominance is not a new one. It's been going on for many decades, and there have been these kind of signal moments along the way. I think of the advent of the euro, China's efforts to get included in the SDR and internationalize its currency, global financial crisis, COVID, the list goes on and on. Jenny, I'll start with you. I'm just curious, does this moment, when you think about the primacy of the dollar, feel notionally different than those?
Look, dollar dominance, I always come back and say, well, where else are you going to go, right? So start with that. And, you know, if you think about the reserve currency, you're looking for stability, you're looking for strong economies, you're looking for a trust. You have to have a free-floating currency, capital, you know, you can't have a lot of capital controls. So I don't think there's a question about the dollar dominance. I think there's a question about how much it gets chipped away, right? And you definitely see that. And you see that. And honestly, I actually think there's a lot of discussion about how tariffs and can you trust the U.S. has impacted it. But I actually go back to, in talking to some central banks, you know, when Russia invaded the Ukraine and the U.S. froze assets of Russia in U.S. dollar, there was this, oh, this could be us. And so I actually think it started a little bit there where people said, okay, we need to start to diversify this a bit. And then you've obviously had the comments on, you know, how can we trust the U.S. in how they behave in certain ways. And you see it, right? You see, like when when Russia was taken away from SWIFT, you now see contracts being done. India's buying oil from Russia in rupee, you know, denominated invoicing. China and Russia are operating in the yuan. So that's the chipping away component. You still have the dollar dominance.
Valerie, let me bring you in because you've been living this day to day. Jenny talking about sanctions, and you are sitting on these frozen assets from the Russian central bank, and everyone trying to figure out what can become of those. What is your sense of the role that sanctions policy, the aggressive use of sanctions has played here in kind of the reconfiguration of currencies globally?
Well, I think we understand all the objective of the sanctions. And I think in the context of the Russian-Ukraine war, I think the objective was very clear. But I think one thing that often politicians do not always understand is the long-term implications of those sanctions. In the short term, I mean, it makes a lot of sense. But, you know, there is an erosion of trust, which is really driven by those decisions. And I believe that, and that's part of the role that I play for the last 3 years now, is really to educate, to some extent, the politicians about the consequences. I think also another thing which is very important, and especially in the current world of uncertainty, is that continuing to defend and respect the rule of law, you know, the legal certainty is key for the trust in the financial markets. And so, yeah, sanctions. I mean, always there are different sides to the story, and practitioners who are there to really highlight what needs to be protected, and definitely the legal regime must be protected.
Danny, I want to ask you about the role of Washington in all of this. And I was thinking back on something that Hank Paulson, friend of the Forum, former Treasury Secretary, said a few years ago, that the greatest risk to dollar primacy has less to do with what's happening in Beijing and more to do with what's happening in Washington. So we're at a moment now where there is this aggressive trade policy that Jenny brought up. We have a Congress that passed a tax and spending bill that's going to add $4 trillion to the debt. We're seeing that ratio of debt to GDP growing to 150% here in the next few years. What do you make of that? Is there just a level of complacency in Washington and among investors as we see those numbers continue to rise?
Absolutely. I think on that front, you know, the U.S. today is running a fiscal deficit of between 6 to 7%. The last time the U.S. ran a deficit above 5% was World War II. And then it was the GFC in 08, 09. and then COVID, right? But today, the CBO estimates that the US deficit will be above 5% for the next 30 years, with the S&P close to lifetime highs, with the US close to full employment, 5%. Right? So, to your point on, are they pushing the limits? It's one thing that would be, of course, worth discussing. But I guess the alternative is, what choice do they have? On the topic of de-dollarization, we've been, talking about it for many years now. Right? And I think, first of all, we have to go back a little bit further to 1971 at the end of the gold standard, end of Bretton Woods, right? And I think it's kind of boring to go so far back, but you kind of just need to set the stage, right? So back then, the US government debt at that time in 1971 was about $380 billion. I mean, that amount is like the one-day mark-to-market swing of the, Mag 7 and the stock market. Like, 380 billion. Today, it's 38 trillion, as we all know. It's grown 100 times in the last 54 years. And coincidentally or not, gold prices at that time was $40, and today it's just over 4,000, also 100 times. Right? But like I said, 54 years ago, kind of boring. So let's bring it closer. So 10 years ago, and I think you can see de-dollarization from this point. The IMF data, basically about the composition of official foreign exchange reserves, said that the U.S. comprised 66% of all reserves globally 10 years ago. Today has fallen to 56%, where the euro has gained 2%, China has gained 2%, the yen has gained about 2%. And also 10 years ago, the dollar index, which is a measurement of the US dollar strength, was at 99.5. Guess where it is today? 99.5. It hasn't moved, right? So on that basis, you'll be like, hey, there's no de-dollarization, even though the weights have come off, but the dollar hasn't weakened somehow. But that's one part that is missing. This FX reserves that we're talking about doesn't include gold. If you add gold to it, using the numbers from the Gold Council, of reserves, then 10 years ago, the dollar component, including gold in the whole basket, would have been about 57%, and gold would be, what's that, 13%. Today, the dollar has fallen to 42%, and gold has almost doubled to now 25%. And if you look at the price of gold from 10 years ago, it was just over 1,000. Today, we're at 4,000. It's gone up 300%, right? So I'm saying that de-dollarization, or maybe to be more fair to the US, it's about a move away from fiat currency, right? Because it's about a competition of who's less ugly, right? I mean, like every country is doing a lot of, basically the fiscal ill discipline that you talked about in Washington. It isn't just confined to the US, right? It's confined to many of the Western nations.
Valerie, on that point, how competitive environment are we in right now? Again, there have been moments in the past where you've seen China take a more aggressive tack. Perhaps this is an opportunity for Europe, looking at what's happening in the US. Is it a moment of global competition, or is this a moment in which other countries are content to sort of watch the US go down this path, see central banks changing the composition of their assets, and just see how this evolves? How competitive is the environment as you see it?
So given the franchise that we have with central banks and the fact that we cover, the world with the financial institutions, we have some views on indeed some movements. But a little bit back to what has been said earlier this morning, I think it's more a gradual evolution, a gradual erosion of the dollar. There is no really very strong shift, but we do see that when financial institutions are redeeming their securities in dollar, instead of replacing them by dollar securities as it was in the past, they started diversifying their portfolio. And also when I was traveling to Asia last year, Europe was always an anecdote. Now Europe and the capital markets in Europe start to become again back on the agenda of the financial institutions in Asia. What we also see, and that's also a movement which is very gradual, in the past when investors in Asia were going outside the domestic markets, usually they were going to the US market first and then to the Western world. Now we do see that there are more and more investment flows within APAC countries. So when they get out of their economy or the country, they go closer, and not necessarily to the dollar. So I wouldn't say that dollar is, completely losing and there are a swing, but there is a gradual, revision of the portfolio allocation. There are also, for example, what is also interesting because that's newer, there is also, a usage of more European players. Some people, used to very much work with US custodians, US investment managers. Now they start also to diversify. So I would say that the game is about hedging and about diversification.
Jenny, I saw you nodding as Valerie was speaking. When you look at flows, are you seeing the same sort of thing?
Well, I think you got to remember, over the last 5 years, the U.S. market has been so strong, right? Since 2022 with a couple of hiccups. I also think part of this is a little bit of rebalancing. And then it all depends on your perspective. I mean, if you were in Europe and you invest in the U.S. market, even though this has been a pretty strong market this year, you pretty much were wiped out because of the depreciation of the dollar. So I think part of this also is where you sit, because currency is always a risk that you have to weigh into your portfolio. But I think that, I also think like U.S. investors are looking around the globe as well to say, where are there other opportunities that we should be thinking about? A third of our clients come from outside the U.S., and so our view is we have to have the right products for all markets. So you might get U.S. investors who say, well, I'm not going to invest in China and technology because I'm worried that there may be a policy change. On the other hand, you have Asian, European, Middle East investors who say, look at how the performance of the Chinese market. I think there's great opportunity, great innovation here. I want to invest here. So I think a lot of it depends on your seat.
Deanna, we had this Liberation Day moment, and the way the market reacted, I think, was different than a lot of folks thought it would. And I'm curious what you make about that as I talk about signal moments in recent history. What did that portend? And then picking up on that, the level of uncertainty that we have in the U.S., I'm curious how that has led investors to look to Asia, look for opportunities here in a way that they might not have before.
Interesting. It's like, a very similar experience to Valerie and Jenny. Since Liberation Day, we have found that global investors, but mostly those outside of the US, have a mindset of every incremental dollar to their savings pool, they want to try to invest it outside of the US. Right? And so I think that it's not about the end of US exceptionalism. It's not about turning bearish on the US. It's just about understanding that, all these assumptions in the past where the US was just the deepest markets, most liquid, easiest option, and the most, the best performing asset class. I think that was that wake-up call to say, maybe you need to stretch a little bit more to add a bit of diversification to your portfolio, which then brings me to your point on the increased complexity, which to Valerie's point is the hedge is diversification. As in, policy is going to continue to evolve globally, and every country has to, end of the day, look after its voters. And the policy that you see in China, which has had, zero inflation for the last 3 years, versus the US, Europe, and Japan, which today are maybe on the cusp of doing more stimulus. Right? So you see these two extremes. As in here, you have no inflation in China, where the theoretical textbook on economics you should be stimulating, right? But they're not. And over here, you have inflation. For the US, 3% inflation. I mean, US inflation has been above the so-called target of the Federal Reserve, of 2% target for the last 5 years. And you're still doing the same amount of easing and fiscal spending and more stimulus. Right? So then I would say, one needs to compare, and I wouldn't suggest trying to pick winners or losers, but just diversify your bets.
Valerie, you brought up the rule of law a moment ago, and we had President Trump just a few hours ago in the Oval Office once again talking about Fed Chair Jerome Powell casting aspersions at the U.S. Central Bank. Obviously, there's a lot of uncertainty in the country broadly, but there's uncertainty over Lisa Cook's position on the board. What do your clients say about that? That the U.S. had been this bastion of having a very rules-based order when it came to central bank policy and others. Now that's eroding. How much does that weigh on them? How much is that a part of the conversations that you're having?
Well, I think it's definitely an area of concern because, indeed, I mean, for 60 years or 80 years, the markets have been driven by, very certain legal regime. Really based on the independence of the different central banks. So I would say that it is an area of concern, and this translates also very quickly on volatility. I mean, when there had been this debate about Powell, well, you could immediately see, of course, the volatility in the securities business. So I think it's definitely an area of concern. And, gradually, I mean, all these questions about legal regime, about certainty that people had when they were investing, I don't think it is something positive for the financial markets. And that's something with which the politicians have to really realize that you don't play with the trust as such. And when you see, I mean, I'm European, so when you see the gigantic amount of financing that Europe needs, because we're talking before about the European sovereignty, the necessity to invest in defense, in energy, in digital, name it, climate changes, it is at the time where politicians also need to understand that they should not, threaten investors. On the contrary, and so I feel that sometimes this is a little bit overlooked.
Jenny, what about the Treasury market in light of all of this? Can't talk about the kind of depreciation of the dollar without getting into Treasuries, and I'm curious sort of what you're seeing there and how much anxiety that brings up for you as we see that debt grow in the degree which Danny was talking about a moment ago.
Yeah. Look, I mean, I think the U.S. deficit is a concern, right? But it's not a concern until it becomes a problem. And so I think that it's proven to, like I say, the Fed can control the short end of the curve. They can't control the long end of the curve. And, of course, the concern is, if the U.S. is adding $2 trillion a year in debt, and Japan and China are two largest external holders of U.S. Treasuries, and they haven't been increasing, and between the two of them, they basically own about $2 trillion. You're going to have to find buyers. The good news is it's still sort of viewed as the risk-free investment. So it's more around what's the price that you get buyers versus, any kind of failed auction. So I think that it's still, my worry is over the longer run, does it crowd out other investment opportunities, not that the U.S. can't get funded?
Danny was talking about gold, non-fiat currencies. I want to ask you about digital assets, digital currencies, and maybe inelegantly wed this to treasuries. So there is now, it seems like, more interest in stablecoins, and it strikes me that if that persists, that would be good for the U.S. Treasury market. How do you think that through?
Yeah, the funny thing with stablecoins is it basically shifts funding to the U.S. Treasury away from the consumer in a bank, right? Because what are you competing with? You're competing with bank deposits, bank checking accounts, right? And so the stablecoins are mostly backed by U.S. Treasuries. So for sure, and I think but the number's still like 300 billion or something in backed on the stablecoins. And so, I think the longer term question is, do the banks use the technology there of blockchain to then be part of their deposit mechanism, and does it shift it back to the bank balance sheets? I would get worried if too much money left banks into the stablecoin market and such that the funding mechanism is the U.S. government versus the end consumer, right? Because what do banks do with that money? They go lend to people. They lend to corporations. They lend to individuals. And so that's where I think more of the stablecoin issue. And then I thought you were going to sort of on the Bitcoin as a diversification on the reserve currency. Look, I used to be negative on Bitcoin in the sense that I'd say, well, as soon as it gets too big and threatens the U.S. dollar, then the U.S. will just make it illegal, like China did. But then kind of came around when I talked to folks I remember talking to somebody in Israel who said my parents and grandparents had the government take away their money. They'll always keep a percentage in Bitcoin. Not in Bitcoin ETFs, but Bitcoin
the actual
keys,
thing,
where nobody can get to it. I had folks in the Middle East say, if I say the wrong thing, I worry that my accounts would be frozen. So it is still a fear currency that is out there, and markets, big buyers in Turkey. Countries with big inflation, you tend to get big buyers of Bitcoin. So I think that is still, it is a viable currency, but not a threat to the dollar.
In the minutes we have left, let's look forward a little bit. And Danny, I think we all agree here that reports of the dollar's demise or displacement are greatly exaggerated, to borrow a phrase from Mark Twain. But I'm curious sort of what the world looks like. I think we used to talk about the dollar being displaced by another currency. Now it sounds like there's going to be more, in all likelihood, more fragmentation in the global currency market. What is the effect on that for investors? If we don't have one currency that's occupying by a yard a place of primacy, what does that mean for investors broadly?
I think most countries will have to continue to do significant fiscal deficit spending, right? Like in the US, in Japan, they're just about to embark on stimulus as well. In Europe, there's a lot of investments that need to be made. And then the question is, how does the government fund it? And during the last two crises in the GFC, followed by COVID, they always started the quantitative easing tool, right? And today, even in the US, they have just stopped quantitative tightening. And I believe in the next 3 to 6 months, very likely to start QE again, because you need to do that in order to keep funding rates low, or the deficit just continues to balloon even faster. So I think that, number one, my view is QE is here to stay, or in some ways the stealth modern monetary theory, which has happened in Japan. In Japan, the Bank of Japan owns, at the height, half of all the debt that was outstanding by the Japanese government, right? In the US, at the height, it was about 30%. It's fallen to about 13% right now, but it will go back up, right? So, and this means that ultimately you don't want to be keeping your savings in fiat, that you want to invest in something that has any form of scarcity, right? So it could be gold, it could be Bitcoin, it could be, high-end real estate and equities as well, right? And so I would say, again, for me, the long run is most governments will have no choice, especially if we have more job disruptions down the road, with technology. Then you need more, essentially, universal basic income. And to fund that, you need to print.
Let me ask each of you a question about exorbitant privilege. And I go back to what the foreign minister said this morning, that the U.S. has played this role of kind of beneficent hegemon for a very long time. Valerie, talk a bit, if you would, just about the burden of having that exorbitant privilege. And I'm genuinely curious if you think it's something that maybe this administration, maybe there are people who think the U.S. should slough off. Maybe it's not worth it. I'm curious how you think about that.
Well, I think it is true that the U.S. has provided the markets. When you see the ecosystem in the States versus the European, for example, it's striking to see that the depth and the breadth of the U.S. market is really overpassed, many of the other parts of the world. Now, I think the arrival of Mr. Trump has created a wake-up call for Europe. We talked for many years about capital markets union, so now we're shifting more to savings and investment union. But it's not the change of name which matter, but it is the realization that there is a lot of money in Europe. You have a lot of savers. You have 13 trillion of savings in Europe, but it is not used really to fuel the economic agenda. And so there is a need to transform European savers into European investors. I think that's crucial for the European autonomy, but it will certainly require some time, because there is a change of market organization, there is a change of society, there is a necessity for a financial education. So unfortunately, I think that it will take some time, but I believe going forward, you will have more and more, regional pools, but it will still be important to continue to interconnect these different pools of liquidity. because that's also how the economic growth is about. So.
Jenny, picking up on that, I wonder if you could make the case for dollar dominance at a time when I think that there are people in Washington who don't understand it fully. So maybe you could give us your perspective on what would be lost if it were to erode further. So we've talked about all of the deficit spending that's underway, the comfort that that brings policymakers, in part that they're able to do that. Were it to vanish, what would that mean? Why is this something that policymakers in Washington should be fighting for at a moment when it seems like there is erosion?
Well, first of all, it's cheap financing of our debt, which is,
sure and simple.
I mean,
yeah.
We could not possibly operate as a country without, and already you look at the percentage of the U.S. budget that's now going to pay interest payments. If that goes up, it really crowds out everything else. And then the only thing I would say about Europe, the Draghi report comes out, how much was really addressed? Is Europe really going to stomach the reforms that it needs to do to be able to compete, honestly? How many German entrepreneurs ended up in the U.S. because they'll say, I can get capital there, I can get innovation there. It's not that the talent isn't there, it's just that the market isn't there and the mechanism and the regulatory environment isn't such that people can be successful there. And so if you look around the world, I mean, it's really U.S. and China that has the great innovation that's happening.
But let me still be hopeful.
You can still be hopeful. And every European I talk to is like, yes, but. And I'm like, yeah, well, show me one. That's staying there.
And as European player, we are trying to do all our bit, so.
But it's still a fragmented market, which is what's difficult.
Daniel, I'll give you the last word here. I started by asking these two guests just about the moment that we're in. How do you see the stakes of this moment and where things are headed from here?
I think you have to contrast the lack of inflation in China or deflation versus inflation in the US and the rest of the world. And take a step back and see that it's ultimately about political will, right, in terms of what the government wants to achieve. That China has no inflation because they took active action to deleverage 3 years ago. Not great for capitalists, but actually good for the general population. And now the question is, does the West have that same will to bring down deficits, to bring down inflation? Or, the most likely easy out, politically easiest option is to just keep printing money.
On that note, thank you all very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage Ravi Menon, Ambassador for Climate Action for the Republic of Singapore, and Marc Rowan, CEO of Apollo Global Management, for a conversation with Bloomberg's Eric Schatzker.
Hi again, everybody. Before we begin, let me remind you that I, too, have this tablet, and I encourage you to submit some questions. I'd love to weave them in to my conversation with Ravi and Marc. Now, let me just give you a little bit of background quickly. We're having this conversation here today because both of these gentlemen have concerns, perhaps issues, with the ways our financial markets work, the ways in which they're structured, the ways they're regulated, and the ways in which perhaps too often they fail to serve their intended purpose, directing capital to where it's most needed. Now, Marc Rowan here runs Apollo. This is a firm active in both public and private markets. It originates, it structures, it trades, and in recent years, Apollo has become an innovator in both insurance and in private credit, and in the process has grown to manage almost $1 trillion of assets. Ravi has spent his career in government and central banking, and until 2024, he was the managing director of the Monetary Authority of Singapore, which is to say He was the boss. And so he brings the perspective not only of a regulator and a policymaker, but now as climate ambassador for Singapore. And Ravi, as many of you in this room know, commands enormous respect from his peers. Marc, the financial system of today, the markets, the major participants, the regulatory structure is very different from the system you knew and navigated when you and your partners founded Apollo back in 1990. Is the system we have fit for purpose? And if not, where is it lacking?
So we've made a massive change to the financial system in 2008. We collectively stared over the abyss and decided to reform. In the U.S., Dodd-Frank, but around the world, we reformed the financial system. And by and large, we achieved the purpose. We made the systemic banks much less important. But while we were focused on the banking system, which was the focus of almost all reform, and most regulators around the world are bank regulators. They come at things from a bank perspective. We really haven't kept pace with what's happened in our markets. So our markets have undergone massive shifts since 2008. So think about the following. 80% of trading, S&P 500. 10 companies, 40% of the S&P. Almost all the return in the market, 7 companies. Really 2 companies. And sometimes I jokingly say we levered the entire return of the US retirement system to NVIDIA. It's not clear to me that that was the purpose, but then we bemoan 8,000 companies have become 4,000 companies. And I would bet you we're going to have 3,500 companies before we have 4,500 companies. And it is not regulatory burden, it is market structure. Why does the world need the next $5 or $10 billion public company when no one cares? And what's happened is other markets, private markets in particular, have grown large enough to be able to provide companies debt and equity for a really long period of time at large scale. Stripe is private, SpaceX is private, OpenAI is private, Mars is private, the NFL is private. It will not surprise me to see 50, 100 really large companies that have elected to stay private because they can. So is that good or bad? I don't know. But it certainly is different than the world that we grew up in, where everyone worked to get to the public markets to be able to raise capital.
So where is that system, in your view, lacking? Is what you raised the question, is it good or is it bad? You said, I don't know, but what is good and what's still bad?
So I'll say it the following way. The U.S. is still 60+% of the world's capital market. And so it is working in the U.S. Draghi has provided a prescription of how Europe might adapt itself, and as Jenny was saying as she walked off, not much of the reform has been adapted.
This is his competitiveness report from September of last year.
And then if you look at capital markets almost everywhere else in the world, particularly in Asia, every capital market's different, but it's actually the same. There are 2 products, bank debt and equity. There's almost nothing in between. And so think about what we're building as a world. We're building infrastructure, we're building energy, we're doing energy transition, we're building the grid, we're doing next generation manufacturing, we're doing defense, and AI and data centers. Almost every one of those things is long dated and complex. The banking system borrows short and is a great short-term lender. It is not a great long-term lender. The equity market is not necessarily the place to do this kind of rate of return investing. And so at the moment, capital is adequate, but governments around the world, I think, are going to do less. We bemoan, and therefore markets are going to need to do more.
Ravi, you played a role in the development of the system we're talking about as the managing director of the Monetary Authority, from macroprudential regulation to fintech. Now, of course, you're looking at the world through a slightly different lens as the climate ambassador. I'm not trying to say you're responsible for the things that Marc describes, but I want to ask you a version of the same question. What do you think of this system in which you played such a central role? Is it working as intended? What would you change?
Well, it's as with all things in life, some of it is working and some of it is not. What is working, I think, has been the growth of the private markets. And you know, Marc and people like him have been, I think, providing a source of capital that had been lacking in the past. So in some ways, I think the growth of the private markets has complemented what's happening to the public markets, where interest has been waning. And this is the central dilemma that regulators have. Because in the public markets, you have all manner of people, man in the street, retail investors involved and at stake. And so there's a constant tension between investor protection rules. Every time something goes wrong, regulators are under pressure from the public or the politicians to tighten up. And what we have is a very strong burden of compliance, well-intended and in many ways working, but we have to accept that it has raised the cost of doing business in the public markets. And I'm not sure there's a way out of it because investors still need to be protected. You could do it in a smarter way, and I think that's where most of the reforms need to take place. But having said that, I think what we should think of is that alternative sources of capital are emerging, and we should encourage that. And so the emergence of private equity, private credit, these have been positive, I think. What I think regulators need to make sure is that similar risks are addressed in a similar fashion. The advantage of the private markets are that they don't tap the mass deposit base. And so I think the treatment should be different, but there are risks. And so I think regulators need to come up to speed on what those risks are and address them. And I think for some of the issues that Marc raised, the kinds of long-term investments which require patient capital, which requires an element of de-risking, which requires a cost of capital to come down and yet crowd in investors, I think those are the challenges that we need to focus on. And especially in my area of work, where we need to finance a very large transformation of the economy, from energy transition to infrastructure, to building the green industries of tomorrow, and to achieve decarbonization that's necessary to keep the planet safe. We need large amounts of investments there. And I think we need to think of innovative new ways of doing that. Public capital is not going to be enough. Public debt globally is all-time high. There isn't enough in the public purse to finance these infrastructure investments. Private capital is abundant, more than abundant, but it's not willing because the risks are not commensurate with the returns for many of these things. And so we have to think imaginatively of synergizing public, private, and might I add, philanthropic capital into the blend so that you can finance a new type of investments that are required for the world tomorrow.
Marc Rabi has been making the case, and we heard a little bit of it just a few moments ago, that the public markets no longer serve the interests of long-term investors, and so it should be easier for more people to participate in private markets. And it's an articulate, to your credit, Marc, it's an articulate and persuasive argument. The question I have for you, Ravi, is that the answer? Opening access to private markets? Or should the focus be on fixing the flaws, some of which you described, in the public markets? Or maybe is it both?
It's going to be a bit of both. We have to look at how, whether each of the regulations that are in place in the public markets are worth their cost. You always have to measure the benefits and costs. The private markets are not for the faint-hearted. And so I think we need to find ways in which more collective investment schemes can be developed, which retail investors can participate in. My own view is that it is a paradox that retail investors invest in single securities, be it in the equities market or the fixed income market, without any restriction. You can't turn it back, but that is a highly risky venture. Diversification is the root principle of all investment strategies. And I think increasingly, if we can have products coming out of the private equity and the private credit market that are collective in nature, that have a balanced risk-return structure, and if you have more of those, then retail investors can participate in those opportunities. And I think that's where we want to probably see the next kinds of innovation happening.
I think it's happening already. I think what's not happening is the regulatory education. And I come back to where, in many instances, the regulatory bodies around the world are staffed with bank regulators. And that does not surprise me, given the history of what has brought economies to their knees. But today, private markets go from AA to levered equity. It already exists. And we have this...
When you say it already exists, you mean...
collective investment schemes that offer balanced risk-rewards, that segment the risks. What we have is a knowledge gap. We have, in the financial press at the moment and in the regulatory press, we have this moment over private credit. And I always start by saying, what is private credit? And no one really knows. But the thing that I explain to people, if you define private credit as levered lending, less than investment grade, there's no appreciation that what investors are doing is they are selling risky equity and they're moving into credit. They're both investments, but it is an entirely rational decision to take risk off. If you can get near equity returns for less than equity risk, and yet they're not selling their sovereign portfolio. We think nothing of having investors buy stocks and bonds. But the regulatory mindset, because of the word credit and the association with banking, does not fit for investments that go up and down every day. And in the US, part of the reason the capital market has developed so robustly and the product set is because of the long history of financial market regulation through the SEC and how dominant it was. In Europe, much of the Draghi 188 recommendations go in this direction, is to recognize that if you want an activity to take place in the economy, you have a choice. That activity can take place in the government-guaranteed regulated banking sector or in the investment marketplace, but the solution is not to make the investment marketplace like the government-guaranteed funded short banking sector. And that knowledge gap, because the financial markets understanding, particularly of modern financial markets, is just lacking in so many places.
Just to build on that, I think the key insight that's emerging from what Marc just said, and sometimes it's lost on people, is that credit or the act of lending in and of itself is not where the risk lies. The backing for that is where we should focus on. So actually the way to look at it is this a deposit-taking institution? If it's a deposit-taking institution like a bank, then when it lends, I think regulators need to watch over it like a hawk. Then you have capital rules, liquidity rules, because the cost of poor lending would be insolvency and loss of deposits. And that's something nobody wants to see. But if the source of funding is not retail deposits, if it's from the capital markets or somewhere else, then it's a different proposition, even if you're doing the same activity of lending or credit. So I think that distinction needs to be made sharper. And that's one way in which risk is then treated appropriately across the two spheres.
Marc, when you said that private credit is having something of a moment with the financial press, not surprisingly, somebody asked a question. And what you were referring to, if I may summarize, there have been a handful of bankruptcies among private borrowers in the United States, a few sudden write-downs of debt on people's books, and many questions about the credibility of asset valuations. And of course, the CEO of the world's biggest bank, Jamie Dimon, made reference to cockroaches, and that got everybody excited. Are these worrying signs to you?
No. And I'll repeat a little bit of what I said yesterday. And Jamie, I think, walked back the notion of cockroaches yesterday. But
this is yesterday being
in GIC Insights.
Yes. Okay. So just so everybody understands, GIC, one of Singapore's two eminent sovereign wealth funds, had both Jamie Dimon and Marc as speakers.
So I think that the failure to appreciate both of those companies, I don't know if they're private credit or not. They were both funded and underwritten by the banking sector. And I ask a series of questions like, is a private loan to a public company private credit? I don't know. And we keep going through this definitional issue. But I would say the following. The size of the private credit market, as I see it, is some 41 trillion. Most of the market is investment grade. A fraction of it, some 2 trillion, is below investment grade levered lending. And so much of the focus is on this notion of levered lending and the tricolors and the first brands. And if you think about what's happened, the shock from tariffs has now adjusted into the economy. The shock from high rates has now adjusted into the economy. Credit stats are actually improving rather than declining. That does not mean we will not have late cycle banking behavior, because there are good banks and bad banks, and good insurance companies and bad insurance companies, and good asset managers and bad asset managers. But there's nothing that I see that is systemic. I think what we miss sometimes by being focused on these couple of unique things is we miss secular change. Technology change is going to cause massive dislocation in the credit market. I don't know whether that's going to be enterprise software, which I could make the case is going to benefit or be destroyed by this. As a lender, I'm not sure I want to be there to find out. That's not part of the nomenclature or part of the dialogue. Businesses everywhere are going to be forced to adjust. Your competitor who adopts new technology is going to be totally different. The big secular shifts are what cause credit dislocation and credit losses, not, in my opinion, bad underwriting by one or two institutions. In this case, banks.
Is that what you were talking about or making reference to when you said recently that Apollo was taking less risk as a firm, less risk on behalf of its clients? Do you feel like, I have to ask because I think people here are interested to know, do you sense a storm of sorts building?
It's not the storm. It's that, the investment landscape, as you've been hearing, is very confusing, but it's also very straightforward. I ask our clients 3 questions. Are prices cheap? No. Second, are long rates likely to plummet? I don't think so. Most of what we're doing as a world, from deficit spending to fragmenting labor to fragmenting trade, is inflationary. And 3, do we have heightened geopolitical and other uncertainties? Yes. If those 3 things are true, the rational response is to take risk down. And then how do you take risk down? Well, in credit, you move up in credit quality. In equity, you try to reduce volatility and reduce bet. If you look in history from the market levels that we're at today, in history, the market would tell you that equities will produce 0 rate of return over the next 5 years. Is this time different? I don't know. But we're given certain signposts, and the signposts to me are saying this is a time to take risk down as an investor.
Ravi, put your central banker's hat back on for a moment, if you would, and tell us, have you, from where you sit now, seen risks building in the financial system that concern you?
Yes. And I think it's a combination of the risks that Marc just mentioned. The macro risks, the long-term macro risks are higher. I refer to the public debt situation. I think that's going to get much worse in the major advanced economies. And the question arises, who's going to buy all this? Who's going to buy all these so-called risk-free assets? They're not risk-free anymore. And I think people will start imputing risk into these government bonds. So public debt worries me a lot. The state of the financial system at its core in the banking sector, I think it's pretty decent, thanks to the reforms of the last 10 years. Our separate question is it performing its role in the economy as it should? Maybe not quite as well, but at least it's not going to trigger a crisis. Then I think we have, in a sense, a leakage of finance to outside the banking sector. And there it's a very heterogeneous environment. Some of them are doing well, risks are well contained, others less so. So that bears close watching. because this is always a dilemma in regulation, that as you regulate one sphere to address a problem in that sphere, risk is almost like water. It always finds a way out to fill other places. So you've got to keep tracking that. And you have to make sure that the risk goes to places where the people who are going to bear it can actually sustain it.
Well, I knew that our panelists here would give us plenty of food for thought, and you both certainly have. Marc and Ravi, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in thanking our panelists. Thank you, Marc. Thank you, Ravi. And while Marc and Ravi make their way off the stage, I have a brief announcement. First of all, of course, thanks everybody for your time and your attention. We're going to take a quick break. Not quite 30 minutes. I'd like you back here at 11:30 sharp. Outside, you'll find some refreshments. That's just outside the plenary hall. And a little further, outside at the portico, Singapore House is serving some local delicacies that I encourage you to try. So once again, folks, please be back promptly at 11:30 for the next session, In Search of Exceptionalism. I'll see you then.
Please take your seats. Our program is about to begin. Please take your seats. Our program is about to begin. Please take your seats. Our program is about to begin. Please take your seats. Our program is about to begin. Please take your seats. Our program is about to begin.
The new economy is constantly changing, and the forces shaping it are powerful. Everyone wants to understand the present and plan for the future, but for that, we need a foundation. Let's start with geopolitical realignment, technological disruption, climate risk, and the energy transition. How about supply chain reorientation, financial innovation, and medical breakthroughs? Those are the pillars of the new economy. I'm Eric Schatzker, editorial director of Bloomberg New Economy. Right now, the world is being redefined by two disruptive forces: great power competition and technological transformation. As the balance shifts from west to east and from north to south, countries and companies are being forced to make choices, and those choices have consequences. The road ahead is full of promise, but also doubts and complexities. We're here to help you navigate this new economy. I'll be taking you around the world to meet the best of government and private enterprise, the people who are confronting the greatest challenges to human prosperity and driving the dialogue toward solutions. Here's where I'd like to begin.
Please welcome to the stage Dilhan Pillay, Executive Director and CEO of Temasek Holdings, Davide Serra, Founder and CEO of Algebris Investments, and Philippe Sepon, CEO of Natixis Investment Managers, for a conversation with Bloomberg's Eric Schatzker.
I told you before the break I'd see you again, and here I am. This is a panel of investors, so I'd like you all to put your investor's hat on and respond, if you would, to this next poll we have. That's the QR code for the polls and the questions. Don't forget about the questions either, but here is the question for this poll. The best investment over the next 5 years will be A, AI, B, emerging markets, C, biotech, or D, Bitcoin. Clearly testing your risk appetite here, so please log into the QR code, participate in the poll as we get this panel discussion underway. I mentioned that we are lucky indeed to have three of the world's most sophisticated investors sitting with me here on stage. Philippe, to my right, oversees $1.5 trillion across the investment landscape. Davide is a specialist in financials whose firm invests in global equity and global credit. And Dylan runs one of Singapore's esteemed sovereign wealth funds. Gentlemen, from the 2009 financial crisis and through the pandemic until at least 2024, 15 years we're talking about, U.S. financial assets so clearly outperformed the rest of the world that we started talking about American exceptionalism. The somehow resilient, structurally robust compared with other developed economies. Now, perhaps for obvious reasons, investors everywhere are asking the question, is there of American exceptionalism? And the perfect question of American exceptionalism over.
The gap in returns of the last 20 years from GDP to financial markets, in my view, are reason is that if you think about 30%, and it's worth 70% of global markets, you're close to the mathematical limits of what you can be. Does not mean that returns will keep on being high. But in percentage terms, I think mathematically you're the limit.
Who wants to take this on?
Let's say my first remark is I do share your point. Clearly, we are, let's say, I don't know if we are the limit, close to the limit, but the overperformance of US assets, but I would say financial market as a whole, but US, of course, in particular, during the last 15 years, is just amazing, comparing with the value creation of the economy. My second remark is I have been for 35 years in this portfolio management, asset management industry, and I have to say that every year, almost every year, for 35 years, I have this question: is the, let's say, are the US markets going to underperform the rest of the world, Europe, Asia, blah, blah, blah? Always the same story. My only remark on that is I think it would be better for any financial market in the world that US economy and US financial markets go well and continue to go well. Second remark is based on what you said. I think if we observed and we lived in this decoupling between economy and performance of the financial assets, this is clearly not due to, let's say, this is of course part due to the innovation, productivity, blah, 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 but this is mainly due to the interest rate environment. After the financial crisis in 2008, 2009, the quantitative easing, which has been implemented and executed by all the central banks, and in particular with the Fed, which is the central bank of the world. We like it, we do not like it. This is a fact. This is the central bank of the world. And it has been just incredible. And the financial markets flew thanks to this quantitative easing performed everywhere in the world, and in particular in the US. And just my last remark on that, it seems because of inflation, because of, let's say, maybe also because of the first month of the second run of the President Trump, this period is maybe over. This period of zero interest rates around the world is over. And it changed dramatically the way of making investments in the future.
Dylan.
So Eric, I think it's a question of how we define US exceptionalism. You can define it by reference to financial markets or more broadly as to what allows the US to perform well in the financial markets. I think there are 5 factors that go into US exceptionalism. The first is the breadth and depth of the capital markets, okay, which is very significant. I would say US exceptionalism in capital markets remains where it is today. 65% of equity is US dollar denominated stocks. You've got 60% foreign currency debt is US dollar denominated, and then forex flows 88%. So a lot of it is driven also by capital markets as well. So that's one level to look at. The second is innovation. US exceptionalism also drives on the back of innovation, and that's science. That's the universities they have, that's ability to attract talent to come in, all of which right now may be under a little bit of stress, no doubt. The third is US military power, which gives them that sort of hegemonic ability to push itself beyond its boundaries. The fourth, I would say, is institutions in the US and the rule of law, which also is coming under a little bit of stress right now. And the fifth, of course, is the reserve currency, which now accounts for about 58% of central bank reserves and is used for transactional flows almost everywhere. So when you look at these 5 factors, US exceptionalism for the time being doesn't look as though it's going to be at risk. But for all of these 5 factors, you do have things that could cause a little bit of fraying And that could cause US exceptionalism to be at risk if you think over the longer term.
But you're defining U.S. exceptionalism or American exceptionalism in more comprehensively, I would say.
Because all of these things contribute towards why we gravitate our capital flows into the United States, right? At the end of the day, right? The dollar, the U.S. being a head power, to some extent. You've got to think of a world of technopolarity right now. US
so I would summarize your remark by saying, and you tell me if I'm wrong, that no, the era of American exceptionalism is not over.
Not for the time being.
Not for the time
being. But the one thing you have to bear in mind, a lot of it is also due to foreign flows in the United States. If you think about technopolarity and the funding. So 40% of equities comes from outside the US. 40% of equities in the US comes from outside, flows come from outside the US. Half of them come from Europe. And the next one after is Canada, then you've got Japan, Korea, and so on. You've got that going for yourself. 31% of US treasuries are funded from outside the US. These are significant flows that allow you to continue to maintain significant exceptionalism in private markets and public markets. It goes towards funding this phenomenal innovation that we're seeing that allows you, therefore, to assert yourself over the area of technological contestation that's going on right now in the global markets or global arena.
Folks, we put the polling question to you a few minutes ago. How about we bring up the results? Because I think they will help very elegantly lead into my next question. The question was best investment over the next 5 years. AI, emerging markets, biotech, Bitcoin. Wow, look at that. A lot of dispersion in those results.
Suspect you have a younger group of people, you might have a different.
This is true.
By emerging market, do you mean any market outside of the US?
So with this as a backdrop, Dylan, you're someone who looks at investing on a multi-generational time horizon. That is what Temasek was born to do back in, what, 1974?
Yeah.
So what do you believe will be the most durable source of cash flows and sustained outperformance over time? Is it one of these? Is it AI? Is it something else?
No, I think at the end of the day, the most important thing for us is how to build a resilient and forward-looking portfolio, right? Resilient. So you've got to take the view that there'll be many shocks happening in the world. We've just been through a massive one this year, and you've got to figure out whether your portfolio of companies can withstand and come back, bounce forward, if you want to put it that way. And then forward-looking means you've got to look at where the big shifts are happening. So technology is a big shift. Climate, by the way, is a big shift. Okay, it's still there. It's still relevant no matter where it is on the polling in the earlier session. And by the way, AI is going to have a real impact on climate solutions. So if you look at AI, that's the biggest change that we face today. It's going to affect
the energy demand.
Energy demand is the biggest bugbear we face today with regard to AI, but AI is there. It's going to affect all businesses. Energy is the biggest issue to making it a reality. So abundance of energy is required because of the demand, and technology solutions are not there to significantly impact the use of energy in the context of compute power for the time being. So that becomes a risk, in terms of funding of AI models. If you think about it from that perspective, you can argue that the amount of capital that's going into infrastructure for AI or enabling AI is a lot more than what's required right now, but it may be not, because it depends on demand, right? So the question is whether it's going to become a reality, and that depends on other factors, of which energy is one. And the other, of course, is whether you're going to see the kind of effects that you think are going to come about from the race for AI superiority today. So you've got two countries looking at this primarily. You've got the US, you've got China. Okay, the race is not over yet. In compute power, the US is ahead. In energy, China is ahead. In product services application layer, the US is ahead. In adoption, China is ahead. So where this turns out is a big question for all of us.
You're making this so hard for me. I'm looking for simple answers that my audience
I wish I
had
to the bank. Answers. I have more questions than answers, I guess.
What do you gentlemen think?
Take it.
I mean, maybe I should phrase it this way. So
clearly, the story of, I think AI is clearly part of the mix here. The story of U.S. equity outperformance in recent years, certainly over the past 3 years, is really a story of 7 stocks, right? The Mag 7, Alphabet, Amazon, Apple, Meta, Microsoft, NVIDIA, and of course Tesla. As a result, today, anybody who puts $100 into the S&P 500 is actually getting $35 of the Mag 7 and $65 of the other 493 stocks, which is extraordinary concentration. If you want exposure to AI, how do you reconcile that with the unprecedented level of concentration risk in those stocks?
Very much important question. And link also to what we just said and what I was developing because of the let's say interest rates policy and supporting this index performance during the last 15 years. If you want to be exposed to AI or any other thematic, can be, I don't know if AI will be the right, let's say, bet for the next 5 years. Who knows? What is key is because of this normalization of interest rates, in which we just jumped in, I think it will be absolutely crucial for any investor in the world to pick up the right thematic maybe, but also the right players and the right corporates for, let's say, delivering the right level of performance. What I mean by that is I'm not sure that after 15 years of incredible performance of passive investments, which was fine, no problem with that, which was fine, but so much supported by the monetary policy. I think for being able to perform during the next 5 years or the next decade in this normalization, it will be key to be able to pick up the right, with an active choice, the right corporate and the right vehicle for making the investment. This is absolutely crucial for the next future. We are now in an environment which has nothing to do, or which will have nothing to do with the past.
I think today we are at the inflection point from the monetary system, meaning never in history we had global GDP, public debt, 100%. Never happened. Secondly, we never had the reserve currency with 7% deficit. At time of peace, full employment, a market all-time high. 7% deficit in the US or in whoever was the reserve currency, England back in the 1900s, France in the 1800s, only through wars or pandemic. So my view is right now the safest way is, as was said before, protect yourself from governments that are likely to engage in quantitative easing, cheat on inflation numbers, and basically debase your fiat paper, and hence you need to own gold. I was born in 1971. Central banks had 50% of reserves in gold. Today it's 25%. The central bank, for the first time today, own more gold than US Treasury. Secondly, China just issued US Treasury in euro, flat to US Treasury and German Bund, and they had 40 times more demand. Secondly, I just run numbers. AI valuation today require 2 trillion revenue in 2030. The sum of the revenues of the Mag 7 ex Tesla, it's lower than that. So that means someone is telling me that by 2030 we're going to find another Mag 6. Good luck, I tell you. You can keep your money there, certainly not mine. And third, the big risk, as Marc Rowan has said, of over-engineering passive investing has now become a function of money printing. Basically, as governments print money and people receive checks, it all goes into passive, it goes into 7 stocks, and that, in my view, will have perverse ramification on the economic development. I think as a result today, a smart allocation is to reduce exposure to this Mag 7. Secondly, increase allocation to the rest of the world on a GDP basis. Why? because if we're not going to find $2 trillion of revenue to justify the AI revolution, which I think is impossible by 2030, given the level of public debt around the world and where taxes need to go to pay for this debt, the likelihood is we're going to have a significant correction.
Now,
can I just...
Please.
I think we have to make a decision with public markets and private markets also, okay? Because the private markets generates a lot more capital today to support business activity and so on. So I tend to agree that if you look at the public markets, there are risks there for sure. You know, we can call it valuation bubble, etc. For sure. The questions, of course, when you talk about U.S. exceptionalism, you talk about time frames. You know, we've seen markets go down in the U.S. for the last 15 years as well. You know, we have, but it's been able to come back because of the gravitational pull of the U.S. capital markets. I think the two issues we have to think about which will impact this story. Number one is the effect of AI on job displacement and societal resilience, because the effect of that would be some political response, you know, depending on the countries and so on, because at the end of the day, lives and livelihoods matter more than the stock market price of the Mag 6. Okay. The second, though, is actually the US dollar becoming weaker, which has already become the case this year. So I would say that, you know, I'll just give you one statistic. Between 2002 and 2012, if you were Singaporean and invested in US stocks, the S&P went up 30%. And the US dollar depreciated against the Sing dollar by 33%. So you have been minus 15% in your returns, okay? Just that, okay? Today, if I look at what's happened with US dollar since March, since April 1st at least, it has depreciated against many currencies. The euro is one, the Sing dollar is the other. And I've now been forced to hedge the US dollar, okay? And the cost of hedging has now gone up because I find everybody's hedging. Canadians are hedging, the Europeans are hedging, etc. It's come to a point now where the cost of my hedges are becoming too much, that I have to therefore think about a natural hedge. So what's a natural hedge? It means I've got to be looking for things that give me on a net basis the return I expect for the risk associated. So some US dollar denominated assets will not give me a net return that will justify my allocation of capital there. So weakness of US dollar to a non-US dollar denominated investor is a big issue. And that, I think, will have an impact in the capital markets, both public and private.
And if you look at the net financials position, US has 30 trillion of foreign capital, 20 in the equity market, 10 trillion in the US market. Europe has a net financial position plus 5, means Europeans have invested more elsewhere. China plus 8, 10, also because of the closed capital account, I mean, they can't get out, and the Japan plus 5. So there's a plus 20 and a minus 30. Now, this has worked because so far the rate of return in the States has always been higher. But we're now getting to a point where valuation are all-time high. We have, of these Mag 6, few of them ever did real CapEx plan. They made gazillions of cash flow monetizing data. Amazon received less than $2 billion of equity. Yeah? And now this company, on a combined basis, they are deploying more than $400 billion per year of CapEx. There's an accounting trick. They're buying computers, chips, and they're amortizing them over 10 years. Now, I don't know you, but last time, every 5 years, I take all my computer and I send them to Africa to my charity. And now they're telling me that this is the most powerful computer in the world, and they amortize them on 10 years, and you think that's real earnings? And that's an accounting trick. You know, I was trained to these guys. And hence, in my view, when you look at the EPS growth for something like 7, in reality, it's non-cash. They spend the money on computers, the revenue are not there yet, maybe inshallah, but the numbers is so high that the probability that this won't happen is high. My last point on AI, you know, today on any OpenAI tool, for a basic, let's say, you know, what's the weather today, or what 4 + 4 does, our brain uses 220 million less energy than AI. Now, I'm not a scientist, but climate change is real. I climb and I dive. I can tell you if around the Alps, glaciers are falling. And the idea that now we're going to have billions of people asking stupid questions and burning 220 times more energy, yeah? And you think that that's an investment? I mean, good luck to you. You're going to have your money, not mine. Now, And hence, I think the last point, I spoke to two of the brightest venture capitalists in America. They're selling anything. Why? Because I said no one knows if this is true. Secondly, no one knows when. Third, the level of capital expenditure today, only governments can back it. And I find it hilarious that OpenAI now wants to be government bailed out on its capex. So hang on a second. So why should the US taxpayer give guarantee on its capex and profits to private shareholder? I mean, I understand the world is funny, but come on.
So nobody wants to say that the era of American exceptionalism is over, but you're all kind of making a bearish case for U.S. markets and the U.S. economy.
But you can diversify your portfolio everywhere else in
Okay, so let's talk about that. Where else do you go?
Sorry, it's called valuation. Palantir is 123 times revenue. It's an amazing company.
Yes.
123 times revenue? Man.
And you have 493 U.S. companies, which are very much interesting as well. Huh? So you can diversify your portfolio, including in the U.S. But we are also over region. You spoke this morning about Japan and the reform in Japan. And we spoke a bit about Europe. Europe is... I'm not sure that Europe is, let's say, the new heaven for the next decade. But for sure, it will change.
Well, valuations are lower.
Yes, but
that's for sure.
Hopefully, yes. But there is clearly a rationale behind that. But for example, in Europe, for the first time in 20, 30, 40 years, maybe 50 years, for the first time, there is an alignment in EU, let's say, for strengthening the, let's say, economic competitiveness of the EU. This is the first time, because for 40 years, 50 years in the EU, we are focused on regulation for protecting the customer. This is the only target and the only focus of the EU. Now, it's new. They also think that it could be helpful to think about the production and to think about the corporate and to strengthen this environment. Fine. There are a lot of proposals. We make a lot of proposals. I don't know if I'm not sure that it will. For sure, it will take time. But this will to develop the EU economy is also maybe due to the wake-up call of beginning of this year. But clearly, this is promising. I hope we will have time.
In theory.
In theory, exactly. In theory. For a year, we speak about simplification of regulation in Europe. For example, for the moment, I still wait for any simplification. So this is in theory. Now we have to implement and to execute.
One last question to put to all three of you while we still have time. I'd like to try and tie what we've been talking about here together with the overarching theme of this forum. Economically, the world over the course of this year, and I think arguably this predates the re-arrival, let's say, of Donald Trump to the White House, the world has been pivoting from efficiency to security. It's the story in trade, it's the story in manufacturing, and increasingly it's the story in technology. Should it apply to investing as well? Does it make sense to buy assets that are secure and resilient, even if they're structurally less attractive? Do you bake in a geopolitical discount?
I think you have the answer in your question. No, but clearly, if there are, let's say, structural changes in the way of approaching the global trade, you have to take them into account in your portfolio construction, no doubt. Otherwise,
part of your macro overlay.
Absolutely, absolutely. If you continue to build a portfolio, let's say, to invest based on what was your habit and your approach during the last 15 years, I'm sure, I have no doubt that we will all be wrong, no doubt. So you have to adopt your portfolio, and yes, maybe we develop this concept of local for local. Maybe, yes, but for sure we have to take it into account, no doubt. EU, Japan, Asia, yes.
Dylan, how do you factor geopolitics into your investment strategy?
Look, we've been doing this now for 8 years, 7 years. And so everything we look at now, we look at with a geopolitical lens, even more so in the last, I would say, couple of years. And it's not just about the contestation between the US and China. That's obviously the big one there. But you have to think about whether we're going really into a multipolar world, okay, what some people might call the great rebalancing. And in which case, you take the view that between the two big powers, you have a bunch of middle powers who are going to be asserting for influence. Regional influence for sure, but perhaps even global influence between the two superpowers. And then if you look at it from that perspective, then your allocation of capital becomes more complex as to where you're going to put the money to work, because you have to look at second, third order effects for that. And then you've got to figure out what does that mean for your cost of capital, because your risk and reward has to be on a risk-adjusted basis, right? So that's a fundamental issue. And macro issues become relevant. Currency is one. Geopolitical risk feed into that issue as well. Trade balances, fiscal balances, all that will come in. The question that I think we grapple with, where do we rotate our capital into? Okay, so you have two choices, geographical and asset classes, right? So geographical, which market can absorb that rotation of capital away from the United States? Private capital and public capital. Now, private is a little bit different because you've got illiquidity in there, but public markets is the other issue. Number of public market companies in the US has halved in the last 20 years, right? So even then, the choices in the US is one thing, but choices outside the US is even worse to some extent in terms of volume, your investable space. And then if you look at the promising markets, in terms of equity performance the last 2 to 3 years, you look at India, you look at China, you look at Europe in the last 12 months or so, the absorption capacity is not there for rotation out in significant levels. Then you look at alternative asset classes. Private credit, well, people talk about it being risky, but it's less risky than being in equity in a cap stack, right? So it depends on how you play the private credit market. You can look at fixed income. We're not a fixed income investor, but that's one way to go into it, because now interest rates are not zero, so actually you're getting paid for cash. You can go to commodities, etc. We're not a commodities investor, but that's what people will be looking at as a diversifier. But you can look at infrastructure, which to me is uncorrelated to our equities returns. And I'll look at that because if you go into the right spaces, core plus infrastructure, for example, you get yield and a total return, and it's a balancing thing. But the fact is that for all these alternative asset classes, it's all denominated in US dollars, right? So the rotation that you have to think about is very complex, which is why I debate the question as to whether, by the way, there's no American on our panel, but I debate the question as to whether US exceptionalism is coming to an end soon. Now, it might be that the structural issues we face in the United States are issues that have to be thought about in your risk analysis. But the rotation is not easy, and that's the reality.
Davide, quickly, last word to you.
Yeah, I think just stop on the 32nd floor of a GIC building and see how it was created. In 1974, the finance minister,
981,
running the central bank reserve back then, sold all its US Treasury and bought gold. And that's how GIC was created. And so in my view, only 3 times over the last 150 years, the dollar tried to debase. When it did, it lost 35%. And then basically you had a massive geopolitical accord to put a floor. This time, I doubt we'll have one. But most importantly, it's coming at a time where never again in history over the last 500 years, we had public debt equal 1 times GDP.
Yeah.
That means all your fiat paper, doesn't matter which one, is bad. And hence, to me, this fake illusion that returns keep on being nominal will be the biggest wake-up call. That's why the smart investor called what is called the Turkish portfolio, physical assets, including all type of commodities, because you can't print them. You can't print water, you can't print timber, you can't print infrastructure, you can't print gold, you can't print platinum, copper, yeah? You need to find it. And at the same time, ultra-high quality equity. Now the issue is, are you happy to put 25% of all your saving in 5 US company, which are amortizing computing at 10 years, when your normal computer amortizing 3? I'm not.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in thanking our panelists, Dylan Pillay, Davide Serra, Philippe Sepon.
Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage Gina Raimondo, former Secretary of Commerce for the United States, and John Waldron, President and Chief Operating Officer of Goldman Sachs, for a conversation with Bloomberg's Tim O'Brien.
Well, this is cozy. John, Gina, thank you for joining us today. Tariffs used to be sort of the province of pointy-headed journalists and academics, and now even voters care about tariffs and where America stands in the global economy. There's many avenues into this topic. I thought today we would just trim them down to two silos, tariffs and industrial policy. We're fortunate to have two people who exist on the front lines of both of these issues. And we'll just see where the conversation goes from here. Gina, we've come through, we're still in what I think is a pretty murky tariffs regime. There was a strong reaction in April when they were first rolled out. Different industries and different countries have lobbied for different forms of tariff relief. And now we've gotten to a recent chapter where China has invoked, I think, its own trading powers that maybe the White House hadn't anticipated around rare earths. And in a more kind of quotidian way, soybeans. You know, I've heard from so many businesses, right, that they still don't know how to navigate the current landscape, that there is still a lot of murkiness. It's not clear what the right strategy is moving forward. Do you think we're in a place now where some of this will get rationalized, or do you think it'll continue to be up in the air and it'll be a case-by-case basis?
Good question. Hard answer. Good question. Great to be here, as always. It is murky, and I think it'll remain murky. The one thing I think we can all count on is there will be tariffs, right? Like I know from experience, from working for President Biden, tariffs, once they're put on, are hard to take off. You know, President Biden did not take the tariffs from Trump 1, didn't lower them. I argued with him that he ought to, but it's very difficult. I think you see with this president, he came out strong with China, triple digit. You're not going to see 100+% tariffs in China. So I think, you know, the trade space is somewhere between, I don't know, 10, 15% and 50%. It depends on the country. There will be plenty of exemptions, as you said. But I think that, you know, we're kind of in an inflationary environment for some time, and I think that he will continue to maintain these tariffs. It's core to his strategy, and it is a real belief that, you know, tariffs work. And I think he feels he was elected to deliver, and so that's why I think they're here to stay.
Well, let's stay on that for a minute. I mean, I think the overt goal was that it would revivify the American manufacturing base. Do you see that happening?
You know, that's a complicated question. I think that American manufacturing is being revitalized. I think we've learned a lesson that we have to have more resilient supply chains, and there are certain things, pharmaceuticals, critical medicines, semiconductors, that we have to make some amount of in the United States. And that will continue. Net tariffs help on the margin with that, but it's a really complicated picture. For example, tariffing an input to a car that you want made in the United States makes it harder to manufacture. And you're continuing to see some tariffs on inputs, which is a headwind. So I think you are going to see continued investment in the U.S. and more manufacturing. Whether or not that's because of tariffs, I'm not sure.
John, I was in Mexico, I don't know, 5 months ago, shortly around the time the tariff regime first sort of became publicly visible. And it was Mexican business leaders, and for the most part, they were astounded by it because U.S. manufacturers were based there and were sending goods up through their own supply chains back into the U.S. The relationship between Mexican manufacturing and U.S. production was so intimate as to be almost a full-blooded partnership. And since then, all I've heard from business leaders, both at companies small and large, reflect where the Mexicans were back then when they first voiced this to me, which is confusion. One Canadian exporter of athletic supply goods said under one form of tariff contracts they were dealing with, the tariffs on an $800 product was $600. Mm-hmm. In a different scenario, it was only $6, but they didn't know when and why and where that would be implemented. Mm-hmm. Is that consistent with what you're hearing from Goldman's many clients? And who's navigated that the most effectively among the people you're talking to?
Well, first of all, I agree with Gina's perspective that I think this is a permanent fixture of the Trump administration's policy, and I think you'll see it continue to be the case. I think they started with a universal tariff, kind of all tariffs all the time across everything as a baseline, and I think what you're starting to see now is a movement to be more targeted. Partially, I think, because of the realities of supply chains, the realities of the exclusions that are needed to actually make companies work and to reduce inflation, and partially because I think as we head into the midterms, affordability becomes a very significant issue in America and a very significant political issue, and I think a particular concern for the Republicans trying to win the midterms. So I think you'll see them start to pull back. They already have, obviously, bananas, coffee, and the like, more agricultural and food products that are in the basket. I think you'll start to see more of that. Obviously, to your point, in Mexico, we have the USMCA negotiation in front of us in 2026. I think an incredibly important negotiation because to the point you're raising, that's kind of our backyard, right? That's where a lot of America, if we're going to revitalize American manufacturing, a lot of that is going to have to come through the Canadian and Mexican partnership, if you will, from dating way back from NAFTA all the way through to the USMCA that the president himself negotiated. And now we have the renegotiation in front of us. My own view, not everybody would share this view, is I think they will fall back to a much more regional alliance because the realities of actually driving down inflation and having a more sensible trade policy will require it. It may not be tariff-free, we'll have to see, but I think it will be a more measured approach vis-a-vis the USMCA.
One of the arguments is that the realities of the midterms, the reality of market reactions will govern how the administration moves forward implementing different tariffs or even sticking by the ones they've already announced. And yet there hasn't been a steady and clear line about where the final shoe will drop. Do you envision after the midterms a revisiting of the tariff regimes that were put in or talked about publicly earlier this year?
Not necessarily.
Or do you think the administration will stay committed towards a reset?
As I said, I think it's a permanent fixture of the approach, and I think the notion of having bilateral tariff ability to navigate those relationships is the way that they want to conduct foreign policy. I don't see that changing post the midterms. To your earlier question, you can see the uncertainty in the economy. You can see the uncertainty among companies navigating it better and worse depending on their positioning. If you look at earnings, certain companies have much more impact, other companies less so. Certain companies have an ability to pass it on, other companies less so. We believe that much of the absorption of tariffs has actually been in the value chain in the company margin and hasn't been passed on.
Right.
So we would tend to expect more inflation on the forward because I think
first and second quarter.
I think you're going to start to see companies pass on more of the absorption that they've already dealt with in their margin structure. That's not sustainable over time. That will be somewhat balanced by the fact that I think the effective tariff rate is coming down. So if the effective tariff rate is plus minus 20% in the early part of the strategy. My guess is it's migrating down towards the mid-teens or even lower, depending on how these exclusions work and what they decide to do vis-a-vis USMCA and the like. So I expect it to start coming down while prices are rising and more pass-through is happening, and where those lines cross and where inflation comes out is going to be a very important indicator. But I think our view is inflation will remain sticky.
Mm.
So you don't see inflation spiking in the first and second quarter of 26?
I don't know that it will spike. I think there's a lot of cross currents. You've got wage, you've got labor pressure. I think 26 is the year where you'll see more layoffs, and so I think you'll see corporate America start to work on their headcount, and that will bring down, I think, labor supply in many respects, which has a impact on taking wage pressure down. So that's a counterbalance to inflationary pressure, but then you do have tariffs that are more inflationary. And so, where that falls out is very hard to know. Our economists have their own views. The market is obviously trying to figure that out. That's a huge volatility measure in the marketplace right now. But I'd say, generally speaking, from our vantage point, feels like we're going to have more sticky inflationary pressure, and it's going to be very hard to bring the level of inflation down materially from here. But I don't see why it would spike necessarily. I don't see the inputs being a spike. I think it's just more kind of hard to bring it down from here.
Do you agree with that, Gina?
I do. I think, in addition to what John said, it's true that companies are taking it in their margin, but also they haven't raised their prices because they're still not sure of what's going to happen with tariffs. They're kind of waiting a little bit for things to settle out before they raise prices. And also, they stuffed the channel so massively in anticipation.
At least at the big corporate level. Don't you think the smaller and middle-sized businesses that are harder?
For sure, it's harder. The smaller the company, the harder it is. Yeah. The bigger the company, it's a lot easier for Amazon than anyone else. But every retailer did what they could, and they're still, even now, still burning through that inventory. So you haven't seen the increases. But CEOs are saying, maybe we'll just increase prices when we introduce new products. A lot of CEOs are saying we can't raise prices on the existing product, we'll wait for new products. So, I don't have a crystal ball, but I don't think you'll see a spike per se. Okay. But I think we're in an inflationary environment, for some time. The other thing, which I believe, and, not everyone agrees, the thing about the Trump administration and the people around the president and people in Congress who support him, they really believe in tariffs. In other words, it isn't just a convenient political thing that they've done, although it is good politics, particularly in the Midwest.
But it's part of the creed.
It is. They think Pax Americana was a ripoff. They think America has been, ripped off. They think
American workers have been ripped off.
American workers have been hurt. China and other countries have subsidized and taken advantage. And so I wouldn't be so glib. It's not just a political tool.
Mm-hmm. And do you think it's going to be difficult for future administrations to unwind some of this?
I really do. Now I have a specific viewpoint of this because I spent many hours in the Oval Office trying to convince President Biden to reduce some tariffs, particularly on inputs to things we want to manufacture in the U.S. And it was very hard to get that done because no one wants to be the American president accused of letting down the American worker, right? Like tariffs protect the American worker. I think AI makes it, more so of a political reality. You don't want to be the president that is responsible for President Biden used to say to me, I don't want to be responsible for losing a single American manufacturing job. I'm not lowering the tariff.
I think that's exacerbated in 26 if you believe that we're going to see a tougher labor environment. Correct. So it actually becomes politically more complicated. I agree.
If any of you have questions for John or Gina, they'll land on my iPad, and I'll try to get a couple of them in within the next 11 minutes and 30 seconds. John, the administration seems surprised by the rare earths flex, or at least maybe not ready for it. Were you surprised at how aggressive China was in that moment in terms of, sort of cracking the whip? when they did and how they did it?
I'm not surprised because I think the Chinese have been preparing for, Trump 2.0 for quite some time. And I think that they knew that they had certain points of leverage that they would be deploying. And so, no, I'm not surprised at all. I'm not surprised that they thought that that was a flashpoint of leverage that would allow for the conversations to be, perhaps more balanced. I think it's great that both sides determined to try to buy some, de-escalation.
To put their guns down.
Yeah, just to have a period of time where maybe cooler heads can prevail and we can start working on things around the margins where you can actually make the relationship better and stronger. Not being naive about the larger considerations that really haven't been solved and probably won't be solved.
That's what I was going to ask you.
I wouldn't have high hopes for 2026 being the year that those
Kumbaya.
Those issues get resolved. But I think domestic politics on both sides are playing a role, and I think having a little bit of a détente is a good thing. And I think the presidents, the two leaders, are going to see each other, I think, quite a number of times in 2026. Either in G20 settings or in bilateral settings in the two countries. And I think that's a good thing to try to create more dialogue and more opportunity to find, some common ground in a relationship that is obviously going to be very complicated and is a real strategic rivalry. I think Pax Americana, to Gina's point, was America in a superpower position leading the world. And now I think there is a rival that is a strategic rival in many respects that is, America hasn't seen that for quite a long time, if ever.
Mm-hmm. I was surprised, actually. I was the other way surprised. I wasn't at all surprised China played that card. I was surprised that the administration seemed surprised that it happened and didn't seem to have a plan for it. That's a huge amount of leverage that China had. It seemed kind of obvious they would go there. And I think we're foolish if we think they won't. Whether it's rare earths or medicine or number of clinical trials that the United States does, there's so many points of leverage, which is why I don't think there's going to, I think this U.S.-Chinese relationship over the next couple of years will be sort of the way it is now, status quo, because neither side wants or can afford escalation.
Yeah, we wrote an op-ed that we called Strategic Interdependence, which is kind of how we think the relationship is evolving, which is there is significant interdependence. And so there are areas where you could decouple, maybe chips as an example where you will decouple and are decoupled. But there's many areas where the interdependence is so significant that it's quite hard to decouple. And I think both sides are probably appreciating that more, every time they meet and understand the
consequences.
The consequences on both sides. And for the global economy.
A bunch of the questions I've gotten actually are a nice segue into the second leg of our discussion, which is industrial policy. One of the questions, if the White House continues to insist on taking stakes in U.S. companies, and this seems likely, what are the implications of that? Well, we're fortunate to have Gina sitting here, who was the architect of the Biden administration's, I think, $8.5 billion investment in Intel as part of the CHIPS Act. Now you have the Trump administration taking a 10% equity stake in Intel. Tell me if you see differences between those two actions. An $8.5 billion federal loan and the federal government actually taking an equity stake in a company. And philosophically and constructively, how do you think about it?
Yeah. So I think they are different. I would say this. I think history is pretty clear that state-owned enterprises or companies that feel the federal government has their back, those aren't going to be the most innovative, productive, profitable companies. Like in our system, as flawed as it is, capitalism works. Competition makes companies better. And what we did with the CHIPS Act, which I'm proud of, we wanted to account for the fact that it's much more expensive to build a semiconductor foundry in the U.S. than in Southeast Asia. So we were providing a one-time grant to close the gap in the CapEx expenditure. But then the company had to operate, they had to compete. They had to compete in the open market. And, I do think that's better. Whereas when a business owns, Mike, this is
You mean when the
funny.
government owns?
When the government owns is a funny thing. So our son is 18, and when the government took a big stake in Intel, he's like, "Mom, we got to buy Intel." I said, "Why do you say that?" And he said, "The government will never let it fail."
Right.
I don't think that's good. I don't know. That's not our system in America. You know, we don't want the government to own the means of production. We want the best companies are the ones that can compete and out-compete and out-innovate in the open market. And so if you think the government's got your back and you can't fail, I don't think it's great.
Now, just to be a devil's advocate on that, we have had different moments throughout U.S. history when there's a real crisis or a perceived crisis where the government does take either a leadership role or puts a broad safety net beneath American businesses. The auto industry during the great financial crisis. Trump 1.0 when there were incentives for vaccine manufacturers. Jimmy Carter and Chrysler. Woodrow Wilson and the railroads during World War I. It's all, and you know, even in the Elon Musk's businesses, at least 3 of them benefited from extraordinary federal largesse or federal partnerships. So is this actually that new?
It's just the method by which you look. I was the primary architect and driver of the CHIPS Act. I clearly believe in some amount of strategic precision industrial strategy. I just think there's a difference between saying, here's a one-time grant to help you account for the fact that it's more expensive to build in the U.S. versus taking such a large equity stake in a company that ought to be able to compete in the open market. By the way, the U.S. government has many tools in the toolbox to stimulate an industry that we think is strategic for our national security. We can do grants, we can do tax incentives, we can use the DoD's procurement power. You know, if you're a young company, the most precious thing is a customer, the first customer. So and the federal government could be that first customer. All of these things are more consistent with our open capital market system of our economy. And so I'm not anti some intervention. I mean, like you said, we have agricultural subsidies, we have all kinds of subsidies in moments of crisis. CHIPS were a national security effort. We need to intervene in the market to protect our national security. The market doesn't price in national security. I'm fine with it. I just don't love the government taking big stakes in companies that produce these things.
John, we chatted recently. You made a distinction between industrial policy and industrializing, I think, policy. And talk a little bit about that we have 3 minutes left.
Yeah, I'll be brief. First, I think government intervention in the markets and the economy is here to stay. I mean, I just think we've crossed the Rubicon, you know, whether that's stakes in companies or supply agreements.
Because of the lay of the land globally.
I think the lay of the land globally, and I think that, you know, whether it was the financial crisis or other elements of crises in the world, the government has stepped in for better or for worse and played a real role. And I think that's become more part of our capital markets. Whether you like it or you dislike it, I don't really see it changing. Second, what we talk about with industrialized policy is more along the lines of what Gina was referring to, which is, and we're seeing a lot of this going on in this administration, which is, let me find these companies that have sourcing capability of important elements in the supply chain that the government cares a lot about, whether it's rare earths or elements in the chip supply chain, penicillin and the like, things that the government should care a lot about strategically that have national security implications. And let's go find those companies and actually create sourcing agreements. And then on the back of those sourcing agreements, you can go raise capital. Those companies can go raise capital. That's different than the government taking a stake in the company. That's the government actually sourcing supply that's important and enabling that company to actually go raise money in the capital markets more attractively than they otherwise may have been able to in the day prior to that. We support that. We're doing a lot of that ourselves in working with a bunch of those companies. I think that's pretty good policy. And that to me is a recognition, let's say vis-a-vis China as an example, that we need to control more of our supply chain for national security purposes. That to me is more industrialized policy that I think is a smart way to approach it. China is a different competitor than we've seen, as we talked about earlier. And I think that we just letting our market forces run wild without any top-down focus, particularly from a national security perspective, I think is a mistake if we're going to really compete and actually have a chance to win in some of these races that are going to really matter for the future, whether it's in AI or it's in quantum or biopharma production, biotech, and so forth. So that to us is quantum good policy. I tend to agree with Gina. The government taking large stakes in big companies and controlling the means of production, not the best way to go. But I could see more intelligent, targeted precision, opportunities to secure secure supply for national security purposes, which we think makes sense, and utilize the capital markets effectively to finance that.
I'm always amazed at how fast these sessions go. We have 43 seconds left. I'm going to ask you both the same question. If you could take out a magic wand and change anything you could about the current tariff environment, what would it be?
I think
John should go first.
Okay, I'll start. I would say instead of let's tariff everybody and have a universal approach, I would say let's focus on our allies. Let's have more of a multilateral approach. USMCA to me would be a good example. And if we're targeting having more competitive advantage in the world, let's do it not as America only, but let's do it alongside our allies in a multilateral approach. I think that means we will have certain tariffs, but they'll be very targeted. There'll be more precision to them. Now they'll be more geared towards having a multilateral view as to how we're going to approach the world, not a unilateral view.
I love that and agree. Can you do 5 seconds? I wish I could that they would have articulated a clear strategy. Like, what are we trying to get done here? And exactly what is our strategy? Because I think worse than the tariffs is the uncertainty and the seeming random nature of it.
Gina Raimondo and John Waldron, thank you for joining us today.
Thank you for the time.
Please welcome to the stage Laila Ibrahim, Chief Operating Officer of Google DeepMind, and Josephine Teo, Minister for Digital Development and Information for the Republic of Singapore, for a conversation with Bloomberg's Haslinda Ahmed.
Thanks for being here. AI is the tech revolution of our time. And with it comes trillions of dollars of economic value, or so they say. The thing is, according to the United Nations, more than 100 countries around the world are lagging way behind. They're not even close to adoption, and many of them are in the global south. The other thing as well is that within the US, 30% of those using the internet are using it at speeds not even fast enough for Zoom. So essentially, billions of people around the world are at risk of being left behind in this AI revolution. So what gives? How do you bridge that gap? And how do you bridge that gap fast enough? Because this is a technology that's moving really fast. Laila, let's start with you. How do you get AI access to people, as many people as possible, do it at scale?
Starting with the easy questions.
We have 20 minutes.
This is actually something that is really important. We have to make sure as we're building AI that we're thinking about the global implications of this technology. Part of this means how do you develop the models as well with the world in mind. It's not something that we can think about as an afterthought. For example, one of the activities we've been doing here in Singapore is working with AI Singapore to ensure that Southeast Asian languages are well represented. And that means taking one of our open source models and fine-tuning it with, getting the data right first, then fine-tuning the model and making it available to a broader audience. To me, this is, AI is not a technology where we have national borders. You launch a model and it's available worldwide. So we have to think about everything from access to literacy to actually making the models easy to interact with. Things like making it multimodal from the beginning, which we've done with Gemini, which is you can talk to it, you can type it, you can take a picture, and being able to do that in many different languages, being able to transform that output. So you're lowering the barrier for people in general to use it. There's still a lot of work to do, but we're pleased to be making this progress, and it's only happening because we're doing it in collaboration with local ecosystems that are helping with that last mile access.
But massive barriers, right, Minister? Infrastructure, AI infrastructure is key. Compute capacity. Those things will decide and shape who really gets full access to AI.
Well, I think if you characterize it as AI haves and have-nots, very few countries in the world will be able to have all the elements of an AI ecosystem that are desirable, that are good. It's a given, it's a reality. I don't think it's going to change. But I also think we are not without agency. Within each of our own countries, we do have the ability to reshape things. And some of the areas that are worthwhile reshaping in order to be more ready for an AI future is investing in infrastructure, making it happen. You may not be able to do it on your own, but there are organizations like the World Bank, IMF, even the United Nations Development Program that are very alive to this problem and leaning forward to help. At the same time, you also want to think about creating the right conditions for the technology to be used in a responsible way. So at the right time, putting in place guardrails is something that every country can think about doing. But to my mind, the single most important area of intervention, of worthwhile effort, and where you must exercise the most agency is really in developing capabilities. And the capabilities have to be thought of in a holistic way. Capabilities in the workforce, capabilities in enterprises, capabilities within academia, actually even capabilities in AI governance and AI use within government itself. And different kinds of capabilities, entrepreneurial capabilities, engineering capabilities. There is, a whole range of things that need to be built up in order for a country to enable its citizens to benefit from AI and to have the best chance of moving ahead. Will you always get to what the next country is able to achieve? Maybe yes, maybe no, but that shouldn't hold us back from trying.
We can try, and it is about access. If you take a look at what we're hearing from the small and medium enterprises, 99% of the GDP in Singapore, economy, 70% of the workforce, they're saying that it's just too expensive. The rising cost of GPUs, cloud capacity, we know Google has taken that into consideration. How are you engaging with SMEs to counter the difficulties that they're going through?
Well, within Google DeepMind, we're the AI innovation engine for Google products. So one of the things that we really are working on with our colleagues across Google is how do we integrate our AI tools into existing programs. In some ways, I wish we could actually rebrand AI. If it's a good feature and it's actually being useful, it's just part of an everyday workflow. So the first step, I think, is actually getting it integrated and removing that barrier. But there is something about reducing the barrier of the literacy aspect. And part of this is, it's been quite amazing to see the past few years how many different resources are available in order to be able to use the technology. So one is just getting it integrated. The second is removing the barriers, as we talked about, in terms of just making the context window, which is the prompt window, larger so that you can input a lot of different information in a natural way. And then the other one is making sure that the users actually have the skill sets to do it.
Minister?
Well, I think SMEs are a very heterogeneous bunch, and there is no one single way of characterizing them. And in terms of their adoption, likewise, there will be different pathways. I'll tell you a story. It was quite encouraging for me. This is a little hole in the wall along Killiney Road. They are a small eatery, and I happened to chance upon them one day, and I asked them how business was, and we ended up talking about AI. And they told me something quite unexpected. They said AI has been helping them do better business. I said, how? They said, well, I have to run promotions. And I've been running promotions in the past year. Some are more successful, some are less successful. And as it turns out, I now go to the platform, which has an AI assistant I can use, and I can ask it, based on my past sales record, to tell me which of my past promotions have been more successful. And that has helped me tremendously to plan the next promotion. The point of raising this example is to say that not every single SME is going to have to need its own access to GPUs. In this case, it's not even GPUs, it's just an app that was made available to this little eatery and an AI tool that was made available through it. There will be other SMEs where being able to use a fine-tuned model could be meaningful. If you take the fact that Singapore's GDP still has about 20% contributed by manufacturing, and many of these SMEs perhaps engaged in precision engineering work. We now have an AI Center of Excellence for manufacturing that has recently developed a common model that does predictive maintenance for CNC machines, which many of these SMEs will use. So the point I'm saying is that really there will be different methods of us being able to support the SMEs. Some will come through tools that are made available by bigger platforms. Some will be through efforts that are targeted at the sector, targeted at the kinds of companies in them. I think it's more important that we look at how we can make meaningful differences to how the way the businesses are operated.
It is still about leveling the playing field. And there are different options out there. If you take a look at China, it's open source. They say innovation is faster, it's cheaper, and then you have closed. How do you weigh the pros and cons of the two? We understand the concerns over data security, cyber breaches, but there are pros to an open system.
Yeah, it's something that we have long history in actually making the technology available from the early days of the research into open source models, whether it's something we call Gemma or even AlphaFold for the scientific community to make it broadly available. We have 190 countries, over 3 million researchers using this to advance a number of fields, whether it's in food security, pollution, dealing with industrial waste, or even understanding diseases to advance therapeutics. And in many ways, that in and of itself is lowering barriers because now it's democratizing access to this information. But we also have to think about every case is different. So this balance of how can we seek the benefits while also managing the risks. And as the large language models and the multimodal models get more capable, this introduces a new level of risk. So when we released AlphaFold, our protein prediction model, we actually sought the outside expertise of scientists, academics, Nobel laureates in this space to say, what are the risks? We've assessed it this way. What do you think? What's the right way to deploy the technology? So it's kind of on a case-by-case basis. As AI gets more general and capable, this is something, though, that we're doing extra testing. So we've just released today Gemini 3, which is not only our state-of-the-art most advanced model, but also the most tested. And I think that's part of the pace of the technology right now because we still have issues with factuality, reasoning, understanding the context. These are things that are not going to be solved right away. So it's this balance of how do you make sure the technology is available so people can build off of it, they can advance their businesses, their economic opportunity, learning, et cetera, while still managing the risks.
I think if we are talking about widespread adoption, having access to open models are very important. And you think about the thousands and perhaps in time to come, millions of applications that a very wide variety of organizations are going to have to use and individuals are going to have to use. Without access to open models, I think that would be quite problematic. On the other hand, if you're talking about a financial institution, if you're talking about an organization that has a lot of intellectual property or security concerns, expecting them to only rely on open models is clearly not going to be feasible. So I think the future will see a mix of these different kinds of access being made available, and we must do our part to try and ensure that access remains open as widely as possible if we want to see widespread adoption.
I'd like to touch on education, but before that, there is a poll. Would love for everybody to participate. The question is, how will AI most exacerbate global inequality? A, mass job displacement. B, concentration of power in a handful of companies and countries. C, insatiable demand for energy. And D, widening capability gap between advanced and developing economies. While you decide on your choice, let's talk about education. You know, Minister, we talk about how you must prepare the next generation. How are you thinking about the possibility of the elite institutions, the wealthy countries, being the next, I guess, source of AI talent? Is there a risk of that happening?
Well, there's definitely going to be competition to try and get as much of an advantage as possible in terms of raising the quality of human capital in each of our countries, and I don't think you can stop anyone from doing that. This sort of effort will take place with or without anyone, putting a stop to it or trying to boost it. I think what people can attempt to do is to ensure that they themselves have the ability to learn. And I think that in our education system, we do want to make sure that children have exposure at a young age, but in an appropriate way. The way AI is being used in our education system, I think, is being experimented upon. At one level, it was about enabling the teachers to be more productive, to be able to outsource, as it were, the more mundane aspects of their work, perhaps administrative work, to an AI assistant. That is not in and of itself harmful, but it also kind of misses the point of using AI for education. The great value of AI is in personalizing learning in a way that attends to the unique strengths and shortcomings of every learner, and trying to find ways to enable them to achieve better learning outcomes. So I'm very glad to say that my colleague, the Minister for Education, and I have had deep conversations about this, and our Ministry of Education is looking at it not just as a way to support teachers, but more as a way to support learning. And that is the direction I think we all should try and move towards. Now, is it something that every education system is able to do? I think we were just talking about this morning, the fact that Google DeepMind has set up a research lab in Singapore, and one of the potential areas for collaboration is identifying ways in which learning, education can be made more effective. And since we said in Singapore, AI for the public good for Singapore and the world, that being our vision, we hope that the benefits don't just accrue to students in Singapore, but potentially to students elsewhere.
And to that point, how do you cater to the underserved? I mean, you're an advocate for education and reskilling and skilling among such communities. What's your take on that?
Well, yeah, education is something that's really important to me, and just to comment on a few things there. I think that you have, in many ways, starting with teachers is good, the productivity. We're seeing around the world that teachers are really struggling to keep up with the workload as class sizes may get larger, as different skills may emerge within students. We just did a pilot, for example, in Northern Ireland, where with the government there, and 100 teachers for 6 months, and they found, on average, they reported 10 hours of savings per week per teacher. That's pretty significant. And what does that mean? It's not just about saving time, but it's actually letting the teacher do what they wanted to do in the first place, which is transfer their knowledge and passion for a topic to the students, which ultimately drives learning outcomes. So if we can come at this AI and learning from a different perspective, which is, yes, you have to start with the teachers, but the teachers are the magic in the classroom. So how do you actually free them up and then give them the tools to help with the learning outcomes, and also meet the learners with where they're at in their learning? We all learn differently. Whether you're a visual learner, you prefer to listen to podcasts to learn. So I think now that we have AI, where it's, again, multimodal from the ground up, where you can now interact with the content in a different way. You can learn about physics by learning about your favorite sport and in the context, or instead of just giving an answer, being able to go multi-turn with the model. This is the type of technology that we think is really important. It all starts with treating learning like a first-class science problem, right? It's not just about physics or biology. It's like, which AI, at Google DeepMind we tend to focus on. It was actually investing in pedagogy and knowing that we come at it from an AI expertise. So who are the learning experts that we can go and talk with and make sure that our models and our AI development is grounded in this? We need to make the AI more factual. We need to make sure that it has the best of learning science built into it. But we also need to work with the community, because at the end of the day, this isn't about just layering AI on top of the existing education infrastructure. It's also rethinking about how are we going to train the next generation, and how are we going to ensure that they have this as a tool that they use responsibly. They're not just offloading the learning, but really engaging with it. So I think this is an area where, one is we're still very early, two is it's extraordinarily high priority. And then we think, we really believe that here in Singapore, especially, the extraordinary history of workforce training, of lifelong learning, of education as an essential value of the culture is really critical. It's an area we're really looking forward to collaborating more.
In terms of exposure, I was really surprised. I was in Vietnam not too long ago, and there was a school exposing kids as young as 6 years old to AI. How do you think about, when is a good time? How early should it be for students and kids to be exposed to AI? I mean, what's the case in Singapore? What's the thinking?
Define exposure.
Just being able to...
Looking at AI-generated content is also exposure.
Or more than that.
And
perhaps.
As well, right?
So, I mean, how do we look at, when you talk about education, how early should it be? And I'll be curious to hear as well from Lila's perspective in terms of what's key, what's the one attribute, what do we need for an AI-centric future?
Yeah, well, maybe I'll answer this as a parent rather than just a leader in the AI space, which is, I have twin daughters, and my twin daughters are my natural A/B experiment every single day. I have teenagers, which... yes, thank you. That's how I feel sometimes.
It turns out I have twin daughters.
Oh, you do? Oh. And we both wore purple. So actually, yeah, my twin daughters, opportunity to see. And I think there is this question of age, like what's the right age? But around the age of 8, we learned that one of my daughters was dyslexic, and the other daughter is a traditional learner. And I saw my daughter go through the English school system, because I'm based in London, and lose her confidence and start to label herself of like not being good at school, not being good at certain subjects. And it was horrible as a parent. And But what I've seen as she's gotten into her teenage years is that she can now use AI to help express herself in a way that other people will understand her. You know, the ideas were always there, but she just didn't know how to structure her thinking in a way. Or maybe she can now take some type of text and listen to it as a podcast so that she can learn. So I think it's less about age and more about putting the right scaffolding in place to really bring out the human potential. Now, whether that's a student, whether it's a worker, a small business owner, me as a leader in my time-poor life. But I think this kind of gets back to like, how are we not just about the access, but being able to provide the right infrastructure and maximizing what we can have to offer into the world?
I would say that the question about the impact of AI on education opens up so many unanswered, themes. For example, a very central objective of education is to enable people to earn a living by performing tasks that they are trained for. We do that in schools, and even after a person leaves schools, we have continuing education and training. And that's really for the purposes of a person being able to hold a job that pays an income. Now, if more and more of those types of work can be done by an AI, and less require the kind of training that we have putting in to prepare individuals for, then we have to come back to the original question of what is the purpose of education? What do we train or what do we help people to learn? So it's not just learning outcomes, it's what do you learn in the first place? Yeah. And I don't know that there are easy answers to this question, but I do think that this is an area that is very well worth our effort in investing, in research, in understanding more deeply about the impact of AI on human societies and how we need to interact in human society. So for example, if a child grows up learning that the best friend is an AI chatbot, what does that mean for communities? What does it mean for family bonding? And what does that require us to do, in either to lean against it or to help the individual understand the use of this AI in the context of his daily interactions? I don't know that there are easy answers, but I think that these are questions that we have to work together on.
And by the way, if I could just say, I think they're questions we have to ask and have open conversation and debate, collaborate on. And then we have to but we have to ask those questions before it's too late. Right? So we have a team of ethics researchers, of child psychologists, so that we can actually, how do we think about building this in? And it's not a one-shot deal. We have to continuously improve.
Before we wrap up, I'd just like to get back to the poll. If we can get the, I know it was flashing for a very long time, but I didn't get to it. If we can get the results of the poll again, how will AI most exacerbate global inequality? And most of the participants say it's concentration of power in a handful of companies and countries.
What stood out for me was actually that mass job displacement was ranked very lowly, and these mainly being employers. Is that something that I can take away?
Actually, that's
feeling
true.
more hopeful about?
Are you surprised?
Employers are not thinking that there will be mass job displacements. Is that a good thing? That must be a good thing.
But if you say that they're full of employers here, then perhaps it's only to be expected. But the concentration of power in a handful of companies and countries, that is concerning, right? I mean, if you were to refrain, I mean, is there a way of reframing this discussion so that people can, I guess, counter the concern of the concentration of power? How would that be? I mean, how do we address that particular issue?
From my perspective on that, one is, I think, as mentioned by the minister, I'm really excited that we are opening our first research lab that Google DeepMind has ever opened from the ground up here in Singapore. So I think that's going to be really important for thinking about a more globally distributed presence and making sure that the representation of culture and languages, research areas are integrated. I also think it's really important that companies are collaborating and really thinking about the ecosystem, about engaging in a way that rises all tides. And so that having this as an open debate actually holds us all to account, which I think is really critical.
Yeah. I would just add that it is a serious concern because there are so many things in AI that requires collaboration. For example, the setting of standards to make sure that this AI doesn't end up harming human interests in a very significant way. And each country feels that it has a stake in this conversation and does not want to be left out of the rules making that will eventually have to come, we hope. And that's why we participate actively in international fora. And we also have conversations with our colleagues. Singapore, as you know, is the convener of the Forum of Small States. And some years ago, we decided to set up a digital pillar. There's been tremendous interest in how we can advance the interests of countries that are smaller in size, but who also want to benefit from this technology and who also want to make sure that their citizens don't get the short end of the stick. And it's still an ongoing conversation. It's hard to say whether we should be hopeful or not, but it's an area that we have to pay serious attention to.
It's still a work in progress. Minister Teo, Laila, thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Don't scatter just yet. I have some really important information to share. Quick scheduling stuff, 8:30 tomorrow morning. Please be back here for day 2. In the meantime, for those of you who signed up for breakouts, it is time for the first breakout of the day. They'll be starting shortly. Head to your breakout room. There'll be lunch boxes available outside. The breakouts are popular. Here's a list of them behind me. Most are at capacity, but we have some limited space available. So if you haven't signed up, want to attend a breakout, please head to the top of the stairs, to the 3rd floor, to the registration desk where they can help you. The second set of breakouts, for those who need to know, begins at 3 p.m. If you are not going to a breakout, but you'd like to eat lunch, and I suspect you would, you can head to Fiamma, which is on this floor outside beyond the terrace. You can have a sandwich and salad lunch right here outside across from the plenary hall. There's a buffet lunch on the 2nd floor at Bob's Bar. And also here on the 1st floor, a sampling of Singaporean delights at Singapore House. And finally, one last programming note. The gala dinner will be at the Fullerton Bay Hotel. It's off-site in downtown Singapore. Shuttle buses will be leaving from the Capella here at the reception on the 3rd floor starting at 5:30 p.m. Drinks available upon arrival. I hope to see you all there. Thank you.